Clerk to please call the roll.
All council members present.
Would you stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a brief moment of silence?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, before we get started, we have an announcement to make, and I'd like to ask our city manager to take over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. It's a great pleasure. I want to introduce to the community Mr. Graham Mitchell, our new Assistant City Manager. He's very well known throughout the East County, City Manager of the City of Lemon Grove, where he did a fantastic job for 12 years. More recently, in the past couple of years with the City of Escondido, and consider ourselves and myself extremely fortunate to be able to get a talent like this in our city. As our former Assistant City Manager took a fantastic job a few weeks ago in the City of Dallas. So I would like just to welcome Mr. Graham Mitchell to the City of El Cajon. And I told him he has to make a brief speech. So.
Please, Graham.
I'd like to thank Doug Williford for this opportunity. As Doug mentioned, I've spent the majority of my career actually in East County. I feel very welcome here, very comfortable here. I'm glad to be home. I'm looking forward to getting to know the City of El Cajon and to serving this community and to become really integrated into the community and serving the council, staff, and the public. Thank you.
Well, Graham, on behalf of myself and the City Council, we welcome you. I hope that you have a fantastic career here in El Cajon. Welcome. Okay, moving along. The City Clerk posted orders of adjournment of the February 28th, 2017 meeting and the agenda of the March 14th, 2017 meeting in accordance with state law and council authority successor agency to the redevelopment agency. A special joint meeting of the El Cajon City Council, El Cajon Housing Authority, and the successor agency to the El Cajon Redevelopment Agency was held today at 2 o'clock p.m. on the second floor conference room at City Hall. I'd like to ask our City Attorney, Morgan Foley, to report on the actions taken in the closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, the City Council met in a special meeting in closed session to discuss labor negotiations and met with its negotiators and gave direction to the negotiators to in negotiating with two groups that are listed. I think it's sorry about that. The two groups were with the El Cajon Police Officers Association Management Group and the El Cajon Professional Firefighters Association, Local 4603. Again, direction was given to the negotiators, and they adjourned at 3 o'clock.
Thank you very much. We are now at presentations, and our first presentation is from Dan McAllister, the San Diego County Treasurer and Tax Collector. Dan, would you please come forward to the speaker's podium?
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be back in El Cajon. It's a wonderful city, as I shared with the mayor earlier. I think you guys are doing great work out here, and it's a pleasure to be out here today. I wanted to just kind of give you a little bit of a brief overview of what it is we're doing and how we're doing it at the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. I know that since I was here last, our numbers have moved up substantially in terms of collections. We've now hit, for the last 3 years, over 99% collections of all taxes due in the county of San Diego. We attribute that to several things. One, our educational outreaches. Two, the fact that we now speak 17 different languages in our office. This is a byproduct, ironically, of families who have moved here and have now produced first-generation college students and graduates whom we are hiring, but who also have an ability to speak other than English language. And so it helps us and enables us to reach out to people that otherwise don't always know about property taxes. And that has accounted, I think, for more money coming in. It's under the Know Your Customer and Serve Your Customer that we operate, and we're not language instructors or English teachers. We're bill collectors. So our job is to bring the money in for you, and that's what we try to do every year. This year, we expect to collect about $5.66 billion in San Diego County, and that's taxes and fees. We sent out last September 989,089 tax bills. We're just under 1 million so far, and we're growing. Things are on the move in San Diego County. We're seeing more building, more construction, although not in 1,000-unit increments necessarily like we saw before, but hundreds, 50s, 10s, 20s, groups of those kinds of numbers are popping up in many places in the county. New parcels, new taxable parcels, new revenues for counties and cities. Positive. The other thing that I wanted to talk a little bit about is our online efforts. Right now, we're just under 55% of all taxes being paid online. That's a big jump over the last 5 years, where it was hovering in the mid-30s. We have really come a long way. Our mission, though, is to try to ask more people to pay online. It's very seamless, very easy, especially if you don't use credit. I can't speak for the credit card companies, but we've tried to negotiate with them in the past, and they're pretty obstinate people, on the record. But nevertheless, at 2.19%, I believe that's an excessive fee, an excessive charge, and they have a hard time understanding why fewer people are using their credit cards to charge their taxes. Rather, what we've done is we've inserted something called eCheck, and it's a free service, and all you need to know is your routing number and your bank account number, and you can pay online just like that. And it's receipted and documented when you pay, and it's a secure line, so the issue of information, which, by the way, for the most part is public anyway, is not an issue. And that's very positive. We now have established also a notification system, and before each of our 2 seasons of giving, in December and in the spring, we send out notices online, and we have a bank of 269,000 people who have given us their emails to say, please remind us to pay our taxes. And instead of a magnet on the refrigerator, they get an email. And they may get another one, and they may get 3, up to 3, before each tax season, and that seems to be working and helping as well. Another thing that is important, I think, to note is that we manage money. We manage a lot of money. This past year, we surpassed $10.3 billion in our investment pool in the county. We manage money for about 210 different public agencies in the county of San Diego. Some cities have seen fit to come to us and assist or ask for assistance in terms of doing something that their core mission is not about, and that's managing large sums of money. Many entities come to us when they issue debt, and they need a safe place to bank that money. Our interest rates are higher than the state offers. They're higher than most government mutual funds that are available and money market funds that are available. And we are consistently over-delivering on those bases. Out here, we manage money for Cajon Valley School District, Grossmont Union High School District, the Community College District, La Mesa Spring Valley School District, and several around San Miguel Fire District, Otay Water Districts, and Santee School District. These are all East County, for the most part, are surrounding this area, and I think it's instructive because throughout the county, we manage for all 42 public school districts, all 5 community college districts, the Airport Authority, Sandag, the Metropolitan Transit Systems, North County Transit. It's a growing list. And I wanted to just also add that this pool has been rated AAA now for the past 17 years. We're very proud of that. I'm very proud of the team that works with me every day to manage the assets and to keep them out of harm's way, to make sure the money is there when people need it for the projects at hand. And I'd like to make the offer to say if there's ever any interest in our input or our thoughts on things, we're available to give that information. Voluntary. We're not begging or asking for it. But we do think that we have some value added we could add to the running of monies that need to be there for specific projects. The other thing, too, that we sponsor, and I think you're your team might benefit from are seminars. We do about 3 key seminars each year. One is on debt issuance, one is on investing, and cash handling. This is something that almost every entity public has an issue with, cash handling. Somebody is taking receipts, somebody's writing receipts, somebody's taking cash for something in a good way. And the ability to have a synchronized training program for people that handle cash has enabled us to train about 1,000 public workers in San Diego County over the last 5 years. So that's something we do every year in and around Valentine's Day, so it's a love your money theme. We want to look out for our money around Valentine's Day, but it seems to work. And then we have also a fraud seminar in the summertime where we bring speakers in from the U.S. Attorney's Office, Treasury agents, others who have come from other parts of the state or the country who have had interesting experiences with fraud in their discharge of duties. And in many cases, it has led to discharging certain people because they were way off kilter when it came to managing the assets they were charged with managing. But very good stories and very positive, I think, for developing an awareness, especially where cyber issues are concerned. And last but certainly not least, when we do manage our fall seminar, it talks about issuing debt, and it talks about the nuances. We bring in Wall Street attorneys and firms who are underwriters and advisors to just give general information which can be of help to the management of public entities. I think that really is pretty much the summary of what I have, except one other number that I have here. At least this was given to me by my staff 2 weeks ago, and it shows an assessed valuation in El Cajon of $7,802,449,103. And más o menos, I suppose, as the values continue to rise, as building continues to happen, as additions continue to take place, values will continue to rise. I passed out some information to each of you, and I'm apologetic for not having extra copies over here. We'll get them out to you. But the last thing I wanted to mention is our online auction, which is something we're doing for the first time this year. And in May, we intend to auction off 1,600 properties throughout San Diego County, 1,200 of which are timeshares, and the other 400 are improved properties as well as unimproved properties. We have them listed. They're on our website. It's very easy to access that at sdtreastax.com, sdtreastax.com. And for as little as $900, some of the timeshares are going to start in their pricing. And we have seen other pieces of the inventory, too, which look pretty inviting. So there may be some good deals there that some of your constituents might be interested in. But for more information, please go on to our website, and it will guide them to the online auction. Yes, sir.
Dan, when you auction off a timeshare, say to speak, for $900, does that become the taxable base for that timeshare?
I believe it does.
Also, you mentioned about people that pay with credit cards. You ought to contact San Diego Gas and Electric Company because they have a program for credit cards that if you charge up to $1,000, they charge you $1.50 is all they charge you for processing that payment. And for people like myself that like to accumulate airline miles, it's a very profitable deal as far as getting more airline miles accumulated.
Sure.
So when you want to travel, the travel becomes very inexpensive. So you might talk to them about that.
I will. Thank you very much for the
$1.50
suggestion.
for $1,000.
Yeah.
So it's a good deal.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. McAllister? So you're getting close to that millionth tax
We're getting
collection?
close. I don't know when it's going to occur. We had a little thing called a recession, which kind of put a darkened cloud over reaching that million mark, but we're back on the march in a positive way, I think. Everywhere you turn, North County, South County, East County, West County, there are new pockets of development springing up, and I think that will generate more new tax dollars as the years go by. Our estimate, by the way, for this next year, countywide, is a 4% growth rate. We're pretty conservative on that. Ernie Dronenberg, who is the assessor and my compatriot there, Gary knows him well, is predicting 4% growth countywide this next year.
Well, there's a rumor out that you're going to give free taxes for a year for the millionth customer, so.
The special is over.
Yeah,
it was a 5-minute window, and it's over. I'm sorry.
All right, thanks for coming.
Well, I just want to thank you once again for the time on your agenda. Thank you very much. Take care.
And we just gave a big round of applause to a tax collector, so that's a good thing. Thanks again for coming. Okay, next we have a proclamation for our good friend, Sunshine Horton. Council, if you'd join me down below, we will do this. Oh, yes, I'll take this. You read.
Well, Mayor and City Council and City staff, this is a proclamation for Sunshine Horton Day, Tuesday, March 14th, 2017. Whereas Sunshine Horton, El Cajon's Goodwill Promoter and El Cajon Citizen of the Year for 2012, has been improving the lives of East County residents for nearly 4 decades. El Cajon opened its arms to help Sunshine when she first came to this community, and in her way of saying thanks, she has been given the countless hours of her time and tireless energy to making life a little brighter in the East County. And whereas when her husband was deployed to Iraq, instead of allowing her loneliness to consume her, she shared her support of our servicemen and women with the entire community by tying yellow ribbons around trees in El Cajon, a vigil she kept for 9 years. Sunshine has been involved with many organizations and projects over the years in San Diego County, including the Mother Goose Parade Association, Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, Communities Against Substance Abuse, the El Cajon Kiwanis, the El Cajon Elks, the San Diego Blood Bank, the Salvation Army, area schools, and Rady Children's Hospital. Whereas Sunshine is still active with the National Latino Peace Officers Association, the Deputy Sheriff's Association, and the San Diego County Crime Commission, she attends El Cajon City Council meetings regularly and can often be seen at local events such as America on Main Street, the dinner and concert events, and the Cajon Classic Cruise. Her gift of giving has no limits, and we are very fortunate to be the recipient of her generous spirit. Now, therefore, Bill Wells, Mayor for the City of El Cajon, together with the City Council, do hereby proclaim the 14th day of March, 2017, to be Sunshine Horton Day in the City of El Cajon. We appreciate all she has done to make El Cajon a better place for all. Signed this 14th day of March, 2017.
I also see we have a lieutenant from the National City Police Department here. Sir, would you mind coming up? Sunshine said you came all the way up to honor her.
She does a lot of work not only out here but in the national city. She's an asset for the entire county, and we thank her for everything that she does do.
All I can say is that I love giving. I come from Mexico when I was 10 years old, and I'm not cold, and I don't take bucket showers no more. So when I came to El Cajon, I came homeless. Okay, so I've done all the route, but El Cajon cuddled me. And I am so grateful to El Cajon that I do one-on-one. I carried a picture of a lady that I saved her life because she gave me the picture. You bump to me in the street, I will help you. I love to give them myself happiness. I'm like the little troll movie that they're looking for happiness. So everybody, if you want a friend for life, here I am. Thank you so much.
All right. That brings us to agenda changes. Staff, do you have any agenda changes?
No, sir.
How about council members? Any agenda changes? That brings us then to consent items. Consent items are routine matters enacted by one motion, according to the recommendation listed below, with the concurrence of the city council, a council member, or person in attendance may request discussion of a consent item at this time. Council members, do you wish to pull any consent items? Mr. Colosio?
1.1.
Staff, do you wish to pull any consent items?
No, sir.
Belinda, do we have any speaker cards for consent
I
items?
have a speaker card for item 1.9.
Let's go ahead and call that speaker, please.
Stephanie Harper.
Hello, good afternoon. I just had a real quick question. I didn't understand why we're putting money in for something that was a problem 2 years ago, and with a large amount of money, it should have been taken care of the year after, which would have been 2015 or 2016. I also think that an amount that big would have put a dent into our budget, and I don't remember seeing it in the budget or any kind of thing, so I don't know where I would have been looking for it at. Also, I guess I needed to explain to me why we're going back and putting $1 million into something that was happening 2 years ago.
Staff, would you mind taking this?
Yeah, I can give an explanation and more details. Dennis Davis is here. The city of El Cajon, when the sewage effluent leaves our city, goes into a trunk line that goes all the way out to the ocean. That trunk line is owned by the city of San Diego. We, as well as true with all the cities that flow into this trunk line, pay a fee of a certain amount of money each year. We pay that fee before they know exactly how much we're going to be charged. So at the end of that time period, usually a year or so later, we do what's called a true-up, just like we do on our annual budget. Every October, we come back to true-up. We've given them a certain amount up front, and either they have to pay us or we have to pay them once we find out exactly what those costs are. And you can't know exactly what those costs are until the entire year is done. As the little table there on page 1 shows, most of our recent history is they have been paying us back money. The way things worked out for the fiscal year 2014, these track about 2 years late. That's why. We end up paying them about some of this money. We do have money in our wastewater fund, which is a special fund. It doesn't affect the general fund. And it is the exact amount that we do actually owe them. And next year, we'll see if we get closer.
Thank you, sir.
So when we use that fund, we'll be zeroed out with that extra wastewater fund?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
We'll be
that.
zeroed out with that extra wastewater fund that we have?
That's correct. It's the wastewater fund. It doesn't affect our general fund where these monies come out of, yes.
Okay.
But this is a regular charge that you'll see again.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Let's go ahead and vote on item 1.9 then. I make a motion to approve item 1.9. Second?
Second.
Please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote.
Are there any more cards?
No other speaker cards for consent items.
All right. Then I'll go to item 1.1. Mr. Colosio?
I was just requesting that the minutes be a little bit more honed in with respect to the conversation I think you had with Morgan regarding, I think it was item number 6.2 now, if I'm not mistaken. And I think the minutes need to be more focused.
Mr. Manager, can you add to the minutes?
If the council believes that the minutes should be amended in the way that, in this case, Councilmember Colosio says, you can amend those minutes.
All right.
It's up to the council.
Make a motion then to amend the minutes as discussed. Is there a second? Nobody wants to amend the minutes?
I guess the logical question for me is, what do you want changed?
The final quote from council, Vanessa, it's not foolproof. Certainly people could complain about the violation, I think is a pertinent piece of the minutes that needs to be included.
I have no objections. Anybody else? Mr. Colosio, why don't you go ahead and make your motion?
Make a motion to amend the minutes to reflect what I just, the additions I just proposed. I'm sorry?
What is it you want to add?
The verbatim dialogue, well, the last thing that Council Morgan said, which was the line I just read off.
You just wanted to expand on the minutes. Anyway, motion's on the table. Is there a second? No, I'll second it. I don't have an objection. Please, motion to move the second. Please vote.
Councilmember Goebel, would you? There we go. Just one moment. The motion carries by a vote of 4-1 with Councilmember Goebel voting no.
Does that clear us up with 1.1, or do we need to vote on this specific?
I think that was simply an amendment to it, so now you need to approve the minutes along with the rest of the consent calendar.
Well, let's go ahead and deal with this one by itself. I'll make a motion to approve item 1.1. Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote.
All right. And then I'd like to make a motion to approve the remaining consent items. Moved and seconded. Please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote.
Brings us to public comment. At this time, any person may address a matter within the jurisdiction of the City Council, Housing Authority, successor agency to the El Cajon Redevelopment Agency that is not on the agenda. Comments relating to items on today's agenda are to be taken at the time that the item is heard. State law prohibits discussion or action on items not on the agenda. However, Council, Authority, and agency members may briefly respond to statements or questions. An item may be placed on a future agenda. Belinda, do we have any speaker cards under public comment?
Yes, we do have several. The first speaker is Hildy Kraus.
Our happy local librarian.
That's right. Good afternoon, council members, city staff, and residents. I'm Hildy Kraus. I'm the branch manager at the El Cajon Library, which is just a couple of blocks over there, across from Prescott Promenade. I always like to mention when I make these remarks to the City Council that the library works very closely with several city departments, and we are very, very pleased about this close partnership. Parks and Rec, the DPW, special mention for the El Cajon Police Department, because unfortunately we have recourse to their services more often than I would like, and also the Heartland Fire and Rescue, because we sometimes have medical emergencies in the branch. This is a county library, but we are in the city of El Cajon, and so we really appreciate the city government and its departments. I like to come and give an update every once in a while on what's going on at the library. In late January, we had a flood. I noticed you guys had some damage here, and we sure had a lot of damage in the library because water came in through our back doors and went into our work areas. So throughout the whole month of February, we were dealing with remediation and reconstruction. We're back in business, better than ever. New carpet, got the mold out of there. It turned out there was asbestos as well. So everybody's welcome to come back and see our facility. We have upcoming programs. We used to have an annual program called the Multicultural Family Fiesta, and several of the council members and the mayor graced us with your presence for that. We've changed it this year, partly because America on Main Street is doing some of the work that the Fiesta was doing, which is celebrating the diversity in El Cajon. Family Play Day on April 1st, not a joke, it's on April 1st. It's also going to be multicultural because, frankly, everything we do at the library is multicultural because everyone's welcome there, and we have a very rich combination of populations in the city. So Family Play Day is having families come and learn how to make their own toys, their own materials, their own Play-Doh, bubbles, paintings. Kids are going to receive a free book while supply lasts because it's also celebrating the kickoff of a national program called Dia de los Niños, Day of the Books. So we do that as well. you're all welcome to come, but there's going to be no way to address the crowd, sort of, that we used to have at the Fiesta. So that's why you're not invited. I mean, you're invited, but you won't have to do anything if you come. Saturday, April 1st, that's coming up, should be fun. Also in May, on May 13th, we're going to have a Monarch Butterfly Festival. And that will have activities for adults and children and crafts. And we thought of having like a butterfly costume contest. I'm not sure if we're going to do that or not. So lots of stuff happening at the library for all ages. It's always free because your tax dollars pay for it. And any questions about fines or anything?
Any questions, Councilman?
These are the two new council members, Goebel and Kalasho. I welcome you to come over and visit, and I assume you guys have library cards. Okay, we'll move on quickly.
Did you just mention fines?
No, of course I didn't. I just was wondering if there were any questions about our resources and materials and...
I was wondering if you're going to offer an amnesty to council.
Well, you know what? The last Friday of every month, we have something called Fine Free Friday. We don't forgive all of your fines, but we forgive 1 month's worth for certain materials. So you could call that an amnesty. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Again, I welcome any visits from everybody, and also we are very grateful for the city government here.
Thanks. You do an excellent job there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonnie Price.
Hello, Ms. Price.
Good afternoon. Last meeting, we had a very good discussion about social services available to people in El Cajon, and I thought people should be able to access this information on the city website. A help button for people is needed so that everyone knows there are resources available to reach out to if you're a child or a senior or someone who's homeless. And these resources probably are not well known, as I learned a lot last time just by listening to the discussion. So I'm asking that the city put a people help button on the opening page of the website, and then have links to all the various social services available so people can get the help they need. Also, the bulletin board or kiosk outside should have the same sort of information for people who do not access computers. And maybe the library should have something too. You do? Oh, that's good. But I'm really impressed with the various kind of social services that were represented here last week, and I truly think more people should know about all of them.
I do want to tell you, if you call 211 on your phone, you can get a whole access to all these kind of social services.
If you have a phone.
If you have a phone.
Homeless people often do not have them, sadly. Thank you.
Oh, Bonnie, I just wanted to thank you for coming and suggesting that. We have about 90 nonprofits that actually do services in El Cajon.
That's great. Thanks, Gary.
Sunshine Horton.
You didn't bring your proclamation.
Oh, no, I just wanted to come here and just keep goodness going, because I really take it as a joke, but I'm that little tall girl in that movie that she's saying we all have happiness inside. We should not be bitter or anything. I lost my daughter 4.5 years ago. It hurts, but I keep going forward and passing around good stuff. And I tell people of El Cajon, the car shows, and everything that is going. And I am going to be coming more to the meetings because I'm very involved here. I bought me a new house, new to me, but it's old. And right now I'm redoing the floors and everything, and I'm happy because when I came to El Cajon, I'm not ashamed to say I was homeless. I slept where Rick Court's museum is. It was homeless, but I didn't like to sleep because we didn't have a room. Everybody was there. So I was afraid for my kids. Then after that, I had to get some welfare, but I was like, they're giving me all this money and I'm not doing nothing. This is not right. I gave every single day to the school. I would work in the back, cut me this, the teacher's copy. They loved it because they had all the time in the world then, and they did, a luncheon for me. So I was ashamed because in Mexico they don't do that to poor people. So I did that, and little by little, I kept going forward and forward because I wanted to. And now I own a beautiful home in El Cajon, and I'm very happy, and I'm happy to help anybody that needs my talk or my guidance or whatever. I'm willing to put it there. 787-6903, 787-6903. I would help them, but first the person has to be willing to go forward, because I was, and I really thank El Cajon for cuddling me and having me here forever, because my husband says I'm going to bury you in the backyard. So I'm going to stay here forever. Thank you so much, and thank you for that wonderful award. And my lieutenant came. I was so impressed because I work with them. You know, here El Cajon is settled. They have a lot of old people, senior citizens working. So now that I'm a senior, I'm working over there with them because they only have one, and that's me. They send me to the district attorney. I sign the cases. They give me a patrol car, so I work and I help them, and we're going to recruit more. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Sunshine.
Thank you.
Stephanie Harper.
Hello. I wanted to say a welcome to our new Assistant City Manager, Graham Mitchell. And I had a quick question. When I asked about the pay on our last Assistant City Manager, I was told that all the titles were combined. As Mr. Kindert told me, that it saved us hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is our new Assistant City Manager also holding those titles?
Doug, are you prepared to get into that far?
No, he's
on the
not.
first day?
He's not.
He's not. So we don't have a director of community development or a director of public services or public works?
Probably all those positions will be taken care of and all the work will get done. A total explanation will be forthcoming, and I assume will be on our website at some point. Yeah. So it's only his first day. Give him a few hours.
Okay.
Before you want him to take on extra jobs.
I'll get him the next city meeting. So be ready.
She's rough.
Thank you.
James Elja or Aaliyah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I just want to say for the last 9 years, I've been involved with refugee and immigrant and relocation for LGBT community members who are homeless and trying to find them housing, rent, stuff like that. And I just want to express how upset, appalled, and disgusted I am with how much the rent is currently in El Cajon. El Cajon is currently 50% above the national average when it comes to rent. And even though I think this is the finest city in the U.S., I think we need to really do something on controlling the price for people. I just met a family yesterday that has an income of about $1,400.90 a month. And their rent is $1,290. And it's in a really poor rural community here in El Cajon. And they don't know what they're going to do to get by. I would actually like to call for a resolution from the council. And the resolution would be to adopt a program to work with developers on actually producing affordable housing for the city of El Cajon. I think we owe it to the people of the city. I think we owe it to the people who want to move here. And we really owe it to the people that have left and we want to come back because of the prices that it's reached. I spoke to another person that said that in the last 12 months, their price has gone up $240 on Redwood Street in El Cajon. And I really think we can do something to hold people accountable for that. I don't think we should be charging almost $1,500 a month for rent in El Cajon, especially because people have came here already because it's affordable. It's not affordable any longer. I look forward to hearing a resolution in the near future or a task force to be set up to work with developers on finally giving us some affordable housing in El Cajon. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
I have no more cards under public comment.
Okay. There are no written communications. Item 3.1 is a public hearing on substandard conditions at 1006 East Madison, Avenue number 7. Staff, would you please tell us about this item? Hi.
Hello, Mayor Wells.
Welcome. Thank you.
City Council. Well, you've seen my report. The police department had called us out to investigate a problem that they observed in the apartment complex. This is unit number 7 at 1006 East Madison. And I'm going to play this PowerPoint for you, and it's not to shock anybody, but as they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words, so this PowerPoint's going to save me at least 8,000 words. February 16th, 2017, the Oakland Police Department conducted a raid at 1006 East Madison, unit number 7. At that time, they noticed a severe insect infestation problem and referred this case to Building and Fire Safety Division to investigate. An investigation was conducted and numerous violations were noted, including insect infestation, inoperable plumbing fixtures, inoperable smoke detectors, general filth and unhealthy living conditions, etc. The infestation problem in this unit was one of the worst that we have observed in the city of El Cajon. The Building and Fire Safety Division posted a notice to vacate on the apartment unit due to unsanitary living conditions. The property owner was notified of the problem, and she worked with tenants to vacate the unit. So the property owner was very cooperative. She did work very well with us. The property owner has since completely stripped the unit down to the wood frame and is in process of a complete renovation of the unit. All the remaining units within the complex were subsequently inspected to ascertain if they suffer from similar problems. Though some violations were noted, they were not extreme problems in the other units. Other violations on the property are being handled separately from this abatement action. We did have some correction items, but the other units we didn't have this kind of severe problem. This is in the kitchen. Almost, you can kind of see the speck on the back wall of that kitchen, of the wall, and that's from insects. And almost every little speck that you see is a living item. It's a living creature. This is actually an interesting picture. Most people are familiar, at least in concept, with turning on a light and seeing a critter crawl away or scurry away. This, what you see is a nest that was in one of the corners of the hallway. So the bugs in this unit were not hiding any longer. They own this place. So when you turn on that light, they don't move away. They don't run away. And there are probably 100 of these types of nests inside that unit. And every little speck you see on the wall is a roach. Now, this was during the process of renovation. They actually pulled the cabinetry away from the kitchen and began to work on this unit. You can see the door on the right-hand side. You can see, what is essentially insect speck on the wall, or from insect intrusion on that wall. So it was a very bad problem that was taking place here. As you can see, the unit's been stripped of the drywall, stripped of the flooring, stripped of all cabinetry. They had to replace all the electrical boxes because the insects were nesting in the electrical boxes. And we're in the process of doing a complete renovation.
Thank you, Dan.
And I don't, if you have any questions of me, I'm more than willing to.
Council, any questions? All right, the public hearing is now open. Thank you, Dan. Belinda, do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, I have one card from Terry Plummer.
Hello, welcome. Thank you for coming.
Hello. Hi, I'm very embarrassed to be here. That is my property. And we were not aware of this problem until we heard from Dan. And we apologize profusely for the condition of that unit. The family was a hoarder. We had no idea that it had gotten that bad. And we are in the process of correcting it. And my other residents are getting some upgrades, but they are being taken care of. And they we have been very responsive. This family never asked for help, and we just didn't know. So we are taking care of it, and I just wanted to let you know that we are embarrassed and we do apologize.
You know, I mean, it's very nice that you come and talk.
It's hard.
You know, things happen in life, and we've seen lots of these kind of situations. You're here to take care of it, and that's really the most important thing, is that you're taking care of everything. We appreciate that.
We are.
Thanks. Let me see if there's any questions the council has of you. Bob?
Yeah, I think this will be probably enlightenment to all of the apartment owners in El Cajon, because this is televised. That probably a yearly inspection is probably a good idea, just to go in the unit and make sure that everything's in order and not in this condition. And probably most property owners wouldn't know that that would be a recommendation, but I would highly recommend it to every property owner for apartments that they go in and look at them, just to make sure that they don't get in a similar situation, because I understand you're embarrassed. I don't think that probably you even knew about this, so you shouldn't be embarrassed by it. It wasn't your fault. You didn't cause the problem, so we'll look at Jen and feel good about
just let
getting
things
fixed.
slip. I did not realize that this problem was getting to this condition.
We realize that.
It's just, but I just wanted to, and it is going to cost me an awful lot. There are administrative fees and the staff time, and I do feel that I owe those, but I don't know if the administrative fee is.
You know what? I'll get that question answered for you after you're finished with your.
Okay, yeah, because I'm like, the bills are adding up already, and
I don't believe that there's any punitive fees on this. Is there not? No, it's just
no.
Okay. So the administrative costs really are just staff time, specifically the time it took for people to go out and inspect and work up the whole process.
Okay.
We would be open to putting aside any kind of punitive fees if there were any, depending on how you reacted to the situation. Okay. But seeing as there are none, there's probably not much we can do about staff, because we were obligated under state law to recoup whatever staff time we spend.
I understand that, but punitive punishment, I'm like,
yeah. And nobody
usually don't get punished for things. I fix things, so I'm trying to fix this one.
I'm sure it's going to be great from here on out.
Okay.
Let me see if there's any more questions of you, Bob.
Yeah. Hold your head high, because not everybody that has had these situations with the city has addressed them as well and as completely and as you have. So you've done a great job. We appreciate it. And
thank you. It's been very difficult, and I'm in public. Well, and it's embarrassing.
Hold your head high. You fixed it.
But I can tell you that it's we're killing bugs by the thousands, and they are about under control, and we're getting close to putting it back together and looking forward to a new family. Good. So we're going to make some improvements.
You had experience.
Gary?
Well, I appreciate you investing in the rental business in El Cajon and doing your best to keep the apartments in good shape. Our citizens deserve clean and safe housing, but having been in the rental business for about 40 years, I understand once in a while you get a bad egg, and they can cost you thousands and thousands of dollars in repairs.
I've had a few bad eggs, but nothing like this.
Yeah, this is probably the worst I've seen.
Normally, we just take the hit and move on, just get them to move on in their life, and then we go in and fix it up and do what we do to make it nice.
Right. It's part of the cost of doing business.
We're not in the luxury home business, but we are trying to provide a nice, safe environment for everyone.
But we also have a crime-free multi-housing program in El Cajon. You might want to investigate that with.
I was involved with that many, many years ago, and we have followed those guidelines. Because we're right by the high school. It was keeping a lot of the foot traffic off the property, but And the crime has gone down in the area as far as I can see. I don't see as much graffiti. I don't have them trying to shortcut through the property like they used to, and then they run into a fence and they can't get out, so then they have to run back. So it's gotten much better.
Yeah.
But I was working with the officers way back when. It's been a while.
You might want to reinvestigate that, because the ones
Okay.
that have, they get a plaque and they get noticed that they are crime-free, and their rents go up and they're very desirable. So it's a good thing.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
All right, are there any more speaker cards?
No more cards on this item.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to close public hearing. Please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote.
I move the staff's recommendations, collect the money and clean up renovation, fully compliant.
Is there a second? Mr. Goebel, please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote.
All right. There are no administrative or commissioner reports. Item 6.1 is my activities report. Usually I do it ahead of time, but I'm going to do it verbally today. I was at the El Cajon Half Marathon this past weekend. This morning I spoke at the Ethics and Business for teenagers. Last week I met with the Waste Management, and I also met with Cox Cable. I went to a Sandag Board of Directors meeting, and I did interviews on the Mike Slater Show and KUSI. Item 6.2 is the legislative report. The only thing I have to report is that SB 54, the item that we talked about in council a couple of sessions ago, is still progressing. It just went through the Appropriations Committee. It's been sent from the Senate to the Assembly for their take on it, and it continues on through the process. Item 6.3 is a discussion regarding private phone and device use during city council meetings. You know, sometimes we're a little bit behind on technology. Technology goes faster than tradition, and many cities have asked their council members not to have cell phones, not to have computers or other communications devices when they're on the dais, especially during city council meetings. It makes a lot of sense for several reasons. One is respect to the public. I think we should probably not be on our phones while we're doing the public's business. But then there's a more complicated issue, and that's if questions arise that perhaps council members are talking to each other during council meetings, encouraging each other to vote a certain way, that would be a violation of the Brown Act, and it would not be transparent. And so for those reasons, I think we should follow suit with what many other cities have done and put on the agenda an item that would prohibit us from using these devices on the dais. Is there any other?
Except in the case of emergency.
Except in the case of emergency. You're absolutely right. Mr. Vogel?
Mr. Mayor, in January 18th to 20th, we attended a League of California Cities new council members conference, and this topic was brought up twice in the context of encouraging transparency with the public, that if they don't know what we're doing, it instills a lack of faith, transparency, and it was an interesting topic at that League of California Cities conference I found it helpful.
Any other thoughts? Mr. Kalasha?
I yield. Go ahead.
Ms. Kendra?
Well, I think it's just plain rude for a council member to be tapping away on their cell phone or their notebook while the public is talking to us. You're not paying attention. And what we're here for is to pay attention to what you're saying. And I think it's a good policy that we're not on cell phones typing away or, on our notebooks typing away when we're supposed to be paying attention to what's going on at the meeting. So there's a lot of information that flows back and forth, and certainly we want the public to think that someone's saying, okay, I'm going to vote this way and say it over the cell phone or to other council members. You know, transparency is very important in government. You deserve our full attention.
Mr. Clasher.
I was also at the League of Cities meeting. That was before the ruling of City of San Jose versus Superior Court of Santa Clara, which for those of you that don't know, any person could make a public request and get all the information that we have as elected officials from our personal devices, cell phones included, personal emails. So this issue is sort of a non sequitur. But as far as texting from the dais, I think that that's a reasonable thing to stop. As far as other electronic devices, we have iPads up here. And those iPads have the capability of sending messages because they are equipped with Wi-Fi, taking notes, and you can download an app on them because they have the capability of doing that. Now, I take some issue with that because I'm the only one up here with a laptop, and this is just the way I take notes. So it's not a matter of speaking with the people sitting there, or it's not a matter of giving undivided attention. You could do that with taking notes on a laptop, writing something down using a pencil, or chiseling it on a stone tablet. It doesn't matter how you take notes, and it would be illegal to put parameters and barriers on how you can take notes because it would impede on my job scope and the ability to perform my duty. And but if you want assurance as if that's really happening or not, the case last week that was ruled making the public able to get information from private devices from elected officials, you can make that public request and then you'll be able to see it. Suggesting that it goes on is it would just be conjecture, and I have some questions for the author. To your knowledge, which city council member currently uses a cell phone or other electronic devices?
This is really just us keeping up with the standard of practice throughout city councils throughout America.
I had a feeling you'd say that. So I actually did some research on it, and given the dynamic of this city and its municipal code, there's no comparable city that does that.
I disagree with that completely.
Can you give us an example?
I don't have a list of the cities. We can put it. We're not going to vote on this next time. So if you want to,
no, I understand. I know we're discussing it.
So I'm just putting it on the agenda. So if you'd like to,
I understand.
To have a list of that, we can do some research on that. I can have the staff do some research on that. But to me, it's a moot point.
Well, it's a moot point because of the case I just named for you, making anybody who has a question whether or not somebody was texting anybody or council members communicating amongst each other, they can make that public request, and so that it's a moot point. I agree in that aspect, but just to make it perfectly clear, it would be against the law for you to ban the method of which council member or anybody can take notes.
Okay. Well, we'll have our attorney check that out before the next time. Yeah, Bob.
I remember an article, it was either an article or it was on the news where I believe it was San Diego City Council people were using their cell phones or disregarding, reading emails and things like that during the council meetings, and it was brought up at the time that it was a great problem at that time. And I don't know what they've done to correct that, but I would imagine that they made a policy about it, and they probably aren't doing that anymore, hopefully.
You bring up a good point. I went to the California State Assembly about 2 years ago to see one of our elected assemblymen. He was a Republican assemblyman, so he's in the ultra minority. And as soon as the Democrats stopped talking and it was his turn to talk, every Democrat in the chamber started playing on their phones and going and wandering around talking to each other. It's an act of rudeness. I think people require that we take this job very seriously and that we show each other respect. So to me,
We don't do that here.
That in and of itself is enough reason to do this.
We don't do
Gary.
that here.
I'll call on you, Mr. Kalasha. Gary?
Question for the city manager. I thought our iPads here were disabled for Wi-Fi. The only thing works is a PDF, and we can take notes on this on our on the agenda.
No, there is capability right now. Wi-Fi can be disabled, but you can take notes on it.
Taking notes on a touchpad and taking notes on a keyboard are completely different things. But we don't do that here at like what you witnessed at the State Assembly. So that is just a non sequitur. Like if the question was so and so did this and here's my proof, then that's a reasonable request and I would entertain it. But it's one of those things where I'm the only guy with a laptop here, and that's the way I take notes. I just want you to be clear. I don't want you to, you could go ahead and do the research, but there would be there's no legal standing for you to prevent me from taking notes on my laptop. I just want to save you some time.
Steve?
Often you hear me say, what's good for the people? What's good for the people? And what's good for the people is that we're not looking up websites up here, that we're looking up information that you're not privy to, that we are looking up. That doesn't instill trust or openness to you. So I am not a fan of having internet access up here on the dais. How you take notes is a different story, but I know that we should not be accessing the internet up here while you're out there, because you don't get to see what we see, and that's not good government.
I concur about the internet.
Okay, well, at this point, I'd like to make a motion that we put this on the agenda for a future agenda to come back and vote on it. Before, did you have a comment, Gary? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The motion carries by a vote of 4-1 with Councilmember Kalasho voting no.
Forgive me, I forgot to ask if there was any speaker cards on this item.
Yes, sir, there was. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, now I got to deal with that. So is the vote invalid at this point, Councilor?
You can reconsider, and then have a vote to reconsider. That opens it back up, takes away the vote, and then you can bring in the speaker. But you need a vote to reconsider.
I'd like to make a motion then to reconsider. Please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote.
Then I'd like to open up the public hearing and have Linda call any speakers that we have.
I have one card from Stephanie Harper.
I believe this item to be solely towards Councilman Colascio. I know to be true that Councilmember Colascio is a pretty smart fellow, and with my own eyes, I have seen Councilmember Colascio do more than one task at a time. So I don't think that he's unable to pay attention to what's going on while obtaining information on a subject being discussed. In fact, getting information on a subject being discussed is truly helpful and keeps items running smoothly so we don't have to wait for information or drag it out to another meeting. As for being disrespectful, I have not seen Councilmember Colascio disrespect anyone who has come up to speak that were not asked to speak against him. I believe this is annoying to the mayor and some council members, but whether he's on his phone getting information or taking notes, putting important items on agenda, or trying to create good programs for the city, the haters are going to hate, because that's what they do. I believe this item was a total waste of the city's time and agenda space. Thank you.
Thanks.
We have no other cards for this item.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing. Please vote. Any new information here, or do you want to continue the vote? Gary?
Question for the city attorney. Are we supposed to get information outside of this, once the hearing starts, outside of what the public has to say that they don't have access to?
Well, it's a good question, and I think it's something that would come as, if this is brought back, would be a part of the agenda report to discuss. But you're correct that if you're in an adjudicative proceeding, so you're making a decision based on the evidence that's presented at the hearing, you cannot use what we would say is extrajudicial information. In other words, contacting people and asking their opinion while the public hearing process has gone on or is concluded, because you can only base your decision on the evidence has been presented, as well as your own knowledge of certain events and circumstances in the city. But to investigate outside of that would be inappropriate.
Thank you.
I'd like to say again, I make a motion to approve this item and to send it on for the staff to come back with an agenda. Move and second, please vote.
The motion carries by a vote of 4-1 with Councilmember Kalasho voting no.
Brings me to item 6.4. Item 6.4 is a continuation of the discussion from our last council meeting on city policy regarding placing items on the agenda. I know this is controversial, but I want to explain where I'm coming from with this. In 2015, we had a total of 7 agenda items brought to the city by council. In 2016, we had a total of 7 agenda items brought by council. At the rate we're going in 2017, we're going to have somewhere around 50 to 60. The city is not able to devote enough time to 50 or 60 agenda items. Just like any corporation or any large body, we have to prioritize what we want to do. There's a lot to do in the city, and there's a lot, certainly we could put on agenda items, multiple every time, and talk about things that interest us. But that's not really in the best use of our staff time. That's not really in the best interest of the city. I think we need to prioritize things. After our last meeting, my preference was to say that 2 council members had to sign off on any agenda item. There was some concern about that, so I came up with a compromise, and that would be each council member would have the ability to place the agenda item once a quarter, and then after that, if they wanted to go more than once a quarter, if an emergency came up, something pressing, they could get another council member to sign off on that, and then they could bring that agenda item as well. So what we're doing is going from historically about 7 a year, now to having the opportunity to do 20 a year plus emergencies. So it's not limiting speech at all. It's opening it wide up. But it is placing some restrictions and asking council members to be thoughtful about what they bring to the council and not just bring willy-nilly items that take up staff time, that take up council time, and don't really go anywhere. So that's my motion. Well, hold on a second. I'm glad to open it for discussion. Mr. Kalasha.
It's not a bad thing that there are people bringing in things on the agenda. You act like it's the plague. It's actually a really good thing. And 62 things is what I wanted to bring to the agenda this year. When you say dedicated staff time to it, and there's a vetting process, and the vetting process is as follows. We have Mr. Doug Williford, who is extremely competent in how he vets agenda items. And so when we have our weekly or biweekly meetings with him, we run it by him, and he would determine whether or not this idea has legs based on the information that he has through his communications with other departments. So staff time is minimal. You're forgetting something. This is our job. Our job is to put things on the agenda, and to say you're not limiting it, well, what is it called when it goes from unlimited to 4? That's limiting things. And I want to, you forgot to also mention that the city received a letter from the ACLU speaking against adopting this resolution. And everybody here, I presume, received that agenda, or that email from the ACLU. We have an obligation, and when you say willy-nilly, every proposal that I've brought was a homeless program, senior program, and a few others that I'm going to hear talk about it. So willy-nilly, what do you mean? Well, that is just politics, It's something that, we're better than that as a city. And I want you to know that when I was elected, and when I have my town halls, for me to look at an audience of dozens and dozens of people and to say, hey, the council voted that they cap what I can help you out with, check me back on the next quarter, that's just ridiculous. There's something else I want to tell you, because this is probably going to be important, and then I'll defer to council. As elected officials, we have additional First Amendment rights, and I want to reference Carter versus Commission on Qualifications of Judicial Appointments, and another one is Miller versus Town of Hoole, which both of those cases, if you decide to adopt this, you would be individually named on a claim. You would not be protected under any California Tort Claims Act. You won't be sheltered, so you would be named individually. And as author of that proposition, I have...
Are you threatening to sue me, Mr. Cajon?
No, just...
Are you threatening to sue me, Mr. Cajon? It sure sounds like you are.
You're out of order.
I'm the mayor. I'm not out of order.
I know, but hold on. But
I just like to.
Sure, I'll answer it.
I put up with so much with you. So
I'll put up with it.
Would you like to sue me? Are you threatening to sue me, Mr. Cajon?
Policy and Procedure, Section A-23,
I'll take it as a yes.
Section 10. You're violating that right now.
I'll take it as a yes.
If you want to make sure that, and Section 11. So I just want to let you know those. You got to read up on the law before you come and put things on the agenda. Well, let me finish, because this is maybe important to your colleagues. So, if you guys do proceed with this, this has already been tried in court. So those cases I referenced, I suggest you read up on them, and you would not be sheltered. In other words, you would be responsible for punitive damages. Both those cases ruled in a position of my favor. So I want you to just know that I plead with you that you not consider this, and I'm going on record to say that there's nothing I want more than a cohesive council to work with each and every single one of you, but it has to be reasonable. Also, you have to be aware of daisy chain and hub and spoke when you're considering this, with talking to two other council members. I probably will have further comments after I hear people's rebuttal.
Steve, before you speak, I want to say one thing. There are other options. I think Steve's going to bring another option that he's thought of. There's another option that I've thought of, which is a little bit difficult, but less legally challenging. If we're worried about legal challenges, one thing that many cities do is have the mayor set the agenda. And any council member who wants to put something on the agenda has to go through the mayor. We can do that. If that's what you would think is better, that would make us more legally bulletproof
Absolutely
in that
not.
respect. But
Yeah.
I'm going to give it to Steve at this point.
I bet there's some speakers, I know we went through the motion and second process. I'm going to guess there's some speakers that I'd love to hear from.
Yeah, we'll have speakers when we're done.
I'll save my comments till after
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. All right. Anybody else want to say anything right now, or go ahead and open up the speakers?
Well, I'd like to hear from the public.
Okay. I'd like to open up the public hearing and call any speakers.
The first speaker is Barry Bardak.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Barry Bardak. I'm a resident of El Cajon. I'm going to try and cut this a little bit shorter than I originally planned.
That's fine.
The threat of the Brown Act, obviously you're aware of that, and you're already decided you're not going to go that route, and that's good. One of the problems with any kind of limitation at all is, again, you're responsible for supporting the residents of El Cajon and doing their work. And any issue that needs to be discussed shouldn't be blocked from the council. On the other hand, Mr. Mayor, having been the chair of the Gillespie-Phil Development Council many, many times, I could understand the need for not letting meetings just bog down and last all night, and to process them through in a timely manner. Again, the city manager, from what I understand, has a fairly good feel for agendas that will fly and won't fly. I'd like to see maybe, to be left up to him and somehow, come up with some other way of controlling this so it doesn't get out of hand, but at the same time opens it up so no one feels like they're being restricted on presenting their constituents' position. So if you'd please consider that and, just try and find a different way other than the way you're going. Again, I sure appreciate the need for making the meetings work in a efficient manner, but you can't also stop the constituents, the people out here, from voicing their concerns through your representatives, especially when you go to a district thing. Having one member have to get another member's permission in order to get an agenda item is just foolish. You all have equal vote percentages, and you shouldn't have to get permission from another person in order to get an agenda item. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, sir.
Sandra Yeaman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Sandra Yeaman. I moved to El Cajon in 2012 after living on the East Coast, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak, and especially, Mr. Mayor, to thank you for giving some background information, because I have to admit the first question I had was I didn't quite understand what the need was for making a change. The idea of change is often scary, but one of the things that it did in this case is to bring me to the council meeting and have a chance to sort of pay attention to what's going on in the city as a whole, and I'm pleased about that as well. I echo some of the concerns that Barry mentioned earlier. I'm concerned about the fact that we've got a couple of big changes on the horizon, one of which is the move to districted representation, and a change in something as what may seem simple as putting things on the agenda by a council person when at this point I feel I have 5 representatives. When that changes to having only 1 that I feel I can have representation from, that makes the idea of saying that council member needs approval of another council member if something beyond the 4 comes up, the 4 allowed items comes up. That is a concern to me. I would prefer that we take big changes one at a time and not try to make them all at the same time. I also am not surprised that a new council member might have a lot of ideas to bring forward to the council, because a new council member usually has enthusiasm and the support of neighborhoods to be able to provide some ideas. So I don't know if Representative Councilman Kalasha was joking when he said he has 62 items to put on the agenda.
I'm not joking.
Well, in any case, it seems to me that it would be beneficial to the council to hear all the new representatives' voices before trying to cut down on how many of those ideas to hear. Again, thank you very much for your time here.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Bob?
I've had people call me over the last few years that I've been on the council, quite a few years, and they've had an issue that was bothering them that I didn't put it on the agenda. However, I encouraged them to come to a council meeting, pick up a card, write their name on it, speak under public comment for 3 minutes, and then the staff would hear it, we would all hear it, and then if it was something important, generally the city manager's office could address it, or sometimes we'd put something on the agenda. So that seems to me like we're hearing from the public that way, and it's coming from the horse's mouth, and not something that we interpret that they tell us. And everybody gets to listen to it that way, and it's worked very well in the past because I have used that process a number of times. So that's another option.
Thanks, Bob.
Just one comment. I moved to Fletcher Hills back in 1988, and we had a terrible problem with traffic on my street. And I called Bob McClellan, and that's one of the cases. I wasn't even on the city council or involved with government at all.
We've never heard of you.
Yeah, never heard of me. Who's this guy? And Bob said, come into the council meeting during the 3 minutes and tell all the council members that. And that's exactly what I did. And a couple of years later, boy, we got the speed humps on our street. And, it's saved lives. And we used to have cars crashing into houses. And so that part does work. And we all really care about this city. And we care about the people that live in this city. We're not going to say, if something happens in Fletcher Hills, I know Bob well enough to say that, and all the other members of the council, we're not going to ignore what you have or something out on Greenfield, because we all want to make this city better. It's very cohesive, and of course the mayor does represent everyone. Everyone gets to vote for the mayor. But going back 20 years ago when I was on the college board, I wanted to have no smoking on the college campus. Well, I was about 20 years too early on that. And I called one of my fellow board members, and I thought, well, here's a person that's really into health like I am and had a couple of relatives die from lung cancer from secondhand smoke. And I asked him, well, what do you think about this? And he said, no, not going to fly. Try it in 10 years. But, we kind of know it takes 3 votes to do anything in the city. And if you're going to get something on the agenda, if you can't find a second council member, because we kind of know how each other think on certain issues from sitting together every couple of weeks in these council meetings. If you can't get that second person, then you probably don't have much of a chance to get something passed. And I'd like to ask the city manager, what would happen if staff had 62 new agenda items over the next year? How would the city function?
Well, Councilmember Kendrick, my answer is it depends what the load on staff time would be. I mean, there's some items that I've heard brought forward that were more conversational in nature and didn't have much in the way to do with staff time. There's other things that have been brought forward that had a huge amount to do with staff time and everything in between. Any city manager is, not just myself, is looking at our resources, it's how many staff we have and what our existing goals are. And so it's my responsibility, whether it's through council-initiated items or public-initiated items or anything else, that if, in my opinion, based on what we have available, we can't achieve those things, I'm going to come back to the city council and ask for reprioritization. Something's going to have to drop out the back. I can't evaluate 62 new. If they all required staff time, that's impossible. If some portion of them required staff time, I don't know. It depends how much staff time.
Yeah, we've got some big things coming on in the city. We've got new car dealerships come in that are bringing us new sales tax revenue to pay for more police officers and firefighters. We've got reopening the Performing Arts Center. This city has been on a real roll the last 5 years, since Doug took over. And, we have to prioritize things. And I think that all of these council members care about every single person in this city, not just any particular district.
Mr. Colosio, go ahead.
To suggest that you are going to instruct a concerned resident, and the only way to get something on the agenda is for them to come out Tuesday at 3 o'clock to come and speak is not reasonable, not only for working people, but 3 o'clock is when moms or dads come and bring their kids from school and go home, and by the time they feed them, it's impossible. We get paid to represent because we are representatives of the city. We get paid, part of our job scope, to put things on an agenda. It's not for you to come and whoever brings their shills up here to go for or against an item, that's just politicking. And I started following you with the cigarette thing, and then I lost it. So maybe it was on my fault. But this is important, folks. So this is a tipping point in El Cajon politics. And a previous speaker brought up district elections. Well, all district elections are going to do, given the case at bar, meaning our wonderful dynamic up here, is that we are going to be biased towards the districts that we're in. That's just by default what's going to happen. And it might not be that a council person doesn't agree with a certain agenda item that you put forward, but they might not understand it. And that also has to be taken into consideration. Each area has its own. And that was a concern that the ACLU had placed in their letter. And obviously, we want to protect civil liberties and each resident. So asking people to come up at 3 o'clock and say, well, we'll go to fight for you, champion it, but come over here and introduce it, that's not effective government. I've said this before. But I look forward to hearing more from speakers, and then I'll have more comments.
Do we have any more speakers?
Yes, sir, we do. We have a few more. Next is Elaine Briggs.
Mr. Mayor and Councilman, thank you for letting me address you today. My name is Elaine Briggs. I'm a 28-year resident of El Cajon. And when I first heard regarding the policy change, my feeling was that if I wanted to speak to one of my council members to have an item brought to the wisdom of the city manager to determine if it's an important item or not, I feel with the proposed change, having a council member have to garner support from somebody else by a phone call or other conversation would essentially be reeking of backroom politics where my public opinion is discounted before it's even heard. And to say that I could come here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm retired now, I can do it. Before, I wouldn't be able to be here at 3 o'clock to make a mention of anything. The other thing I would like to say is at the February 28th meeting, Mr. Mayor, you stated, I saw something that La Mesa did recently with regard to this same suggestion. I would like to know, did La Mesa ever adopt this policy? And if so, is it still in place?
No, it's not. It wasn't adopted.
Okay. So I would like to conclude by saying the ability for the public to comment on items is the core of democracy. As El Cajon transitions to district representation, I feel this will be even more important. What may have been a concern to me and my district may not be of a concern to another district and may never make it to an agenda if my council member has to go get a vote outside of public comment before it can even be put onto the agenda. I urge the council to reject the proposed policy change and allow public government transparency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonnie Price.
Hi. I'm a political scientist. I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but I am. And I happen to know you have a weak mayor form of government. A weak mayor form of government features a mayor who does not have the right to veto what the rest of the council passes. And in my way of thinking, having anyone use this type of government to place a gag order on anyone who's trying to represent his constituent is not functioning according to the normal way of a weak mayor form of government. So I would like to have a legal counsel look into that. I don't think you should have more power granted than the system allows by putting gag orders on individual council members. Also, with the district elections, you must have each council member have the right to represent the district that he or she represents. That's just a matter of legality. Otherwise, you're just saying no to democracy. We've had enough authoritarianism lately. We certainly don't need it at the city level. I would also echo the comments about having people come at 3 o'clock. People just can't do it unless they're retired like I am. So I urge you all to think about the type of government you want to be known as, authoritarian or one that actually falls within the guidelines of a mayor council that function as a weak mayor. Thank you.
Marie Nelson.
Good afternoon. I have been a resident of the city of El Cajon, since 1959. I have voted for many of you. I voted for your experience. I voted for new ideas. I voted for you to use my money wisely, to represent me and the diverse community that we have. It's changed what I was going to say since we came up, since you've talked. But I firmly believe that it is against freedom. I think you need to listen to your constituents, all of their ideas. I don't want you to stop any of their ideas. Let him do that. It's not your job. I voted for you. I voted for you to listen to the people. I've never come up to a city council member, and I've lived here most of my adult life. I won't do it. I'll go to him. I'll go to you. I will do that. I would want you to limit them, because I understand there's a lot. But don't be the authoritarian to do it. It's not your job. It's his. It's his.
I got to tell you, it's not his. He can't stop anything from being on the agenda. He can't put anything on the agenda. It's got to come through us. We're the elected officials.
That's good. But he would recommend, and you would listen to his recommendations, would you not?
It's really, it really has to do with the people on the dais.
Okay.
We trust our counselor, and absolutely we trust our attorney, we trust our city manager, and we appreciate all of their input.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to this issue of trying to prioritize and to use the city's resources wisely, this is our job. We have to
prioritize when the issues are here, not before.
Okay.
I got a question. So to answer your question, sorry, Doug, have I ever put anything on the agenda that you advised me was not a good idea?
City manager, do you really want to be answering this political question? I don't want to
Well,
politicize.
it's a factual question.
I don't want to politicize the state.
No. She has a question. You didn't answer it.
Let me give a bigger context. I try to help all council members equally with any ideas right now that they have to put on the agenda. There's times I have information, our staff has information that has served to change their opinion of whether they want to put an item on an agenda. And yes, I have shared that information with different council members over the years. I myself never have and never would stop an item going on the agenda. I don't have that authority. But I do provide information which has caused me at times to say to a council member, because this is going on and because I've shared this information, my best advice is it's not a good idea to move forward with that, but it's still up to the council members whether they wish to.
Sorry, one more time, Doug. Just a yes or no on this one. Have you ever advised me in a way where it was not to put anything on the agenda, but advised me in the opposite of what I wanted to do? And yes or no on that one?
Yes.
Have I listened?
Yes.
Asked and answered.
Not every time, but I have to be clear.
Sure.
Well, I just wanted to tell you, I have voted since I could be able to vote. I voted for some of you. This, to me, smacks of politics, and I think it's offensive. I find it offensive. He can do a good job. You can do a good job. But I think you need to hear the people's what they want. And I would never have come up here and tell you something, but I would come to you individually to do it. So just know that I want to thank you for listening. Thank you for arousing the sleeping ancient ones who didn't care before. But I care now because I'm watching you now. And I thank you for your service. You are being watched, and thank you for your service.
Stephanie Harper.
Things in the city get done at a snail's pace. I applaud Councilman Colacio for wanting to do his job that we voted him in to do. This is a first for our city council to actually have someone up there who's listening to us and wants to get things started. I have not seen this from anyone else on this member. And I'll give you an example. I've come up here many, many times and asked about the EPAC Center or talked about different subjects. None of them have ever been put on agenda. even when I request it. So to say that we can come up here, the citizens can come up here and say, hey, you know, we want this put on the agenda, it isn't going to happen unless we have somebody up there listening to us. Councilman Colascio is the only member that seems to be doing that. I believe this item is a total attack on Member Colascio, and I'll tell you why. Because now the citizens have a voice. And the more they have that voice is the less greedy folks get away with. We have someone up there now who will listen to what we want and act on it. I thank you for that, Ben. And also, I'll echo what everybody else was saying about the district-based elections. When we do come to those, you will be silencing people. You will be putting a muzzle on our voices. And that's just not right. And I'm sure that there are so many other citizens that will follow me when I take an uprising to it. We need to vote against this. This is appalling that it was even brought up. This is your job. You're supposed to listen to us and put whatever we think is important on the agenda. It's not about you guys. It's about us. We pay your guys' way. We pay your guys' salaries. We need to be listened to. And until Ben got up here, nobody did that. And we all applaud him. Thank you so much, Ben.
Jennifer Mendoza.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Mendoza. I'm a council member in Lemon Grove, and I think I've met you all. I want to start out, this is off my script, but I wasn't expecting to see Mr. Mitchell here today. And I just want to tell you all how fortunate you are to have him as your assistant city manager. I worked with Mr. Mitchell for 10 years when I was a planning commissioner, and then after I was elected, he left. And I was very, very sad to lose him 6 months into my term. So I'm so excited to see that he's back in the East County, and I'll be seeing a lot more of him. I'm glad he hasn't left the state or anything. So very happy to see him here. Also, something struck me while I was here. If any of you, this isn't the first time I've strayed from the Lemon Grove City Council. I've been to San Diego City Council meetings, so I don't want you to think that this is anything weird that I'm here. But I do like I've been to La Mesa Council meetings. I learn something, every time. And one thing I'm going to take back is you do a legislative report at your meetings, and I think that's awesome. And we don't do those at ours, and I definitely want to take that back to my council. So I urge you, come visit us sometime, if you like. So the reason I'm here is I heard about this issue, and it's been a concern of mine in the city of Lemon Grove. Like El Cajon, we don't have a written policy concerning placing items on the agenda. When I was elected in 2014, a few months after my election, I wanted to introduce an item regarding a recreation council, which we did not have. And I looked through all the materials, and I didn't see anything on how to do it, so I got in touch with our city manager and our city clerk, and I was told that there wasn't any written policy, but that the procedure was for me to contact another council member, and then the two of us would bring the item to the agenda. So as a new council member, I was kind of alarmed about this because I didn't know my other council members all that well. I had just started working with them. I had just returned from the new council member training that you guys went to, and they really drill that Brown Act into you when you're there. And I was very concerned about approaching a council member and then having that person say, well, no, I'm not sure if I want to, bring that matter forward. And then if I contacted another council member, would I then be violating the Brown Act? So I thought, okay, well, I'm just going to circumvent the whole thing. And like I think one of you suggested, I got some folks to come in and talk about it, and then we got it on the agenda that way, and we did end up discussing it. but it was just such a convoluted process. We're having actually a goal, kind of our goal-setting workshop.
Could you turn off the red light?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm going to wrap this up
no,
really
what you have
quick.
to say. Go ahead and finish.
So we're having a meeting on Saturday, a workshop meeting, a public workshop meeting, and we're actually going to be talking about this because now we want to go. We want to have a written policy and procedure, and we want to go with just allowing one council member to bring something forward. We always we meet regularly with our city manager, like you guys do with yours, and run things by our city manager as well. We fear that this puts us at risk of violating the Brown Act and also stifles the ability of council members to bring forward the concerns of the community. I just hope that you guys will reconsider adopting such a policy and continue to allow council members to bring forward possible agenda items for consideration. So, thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer.
I have no more cards on this item.
All right, make a motion to close the public hearing. Bob, did you want to speak first?
I have a comment. We also have a thing on our agenda for written communications. Anybody that couldn't come to a council meeting to speak up at 3 o'clock, which I've never had anybody say, well, I can't make it, there's no way I can get there. And we do have 7 o'clock meetings. We're going to have one tonight. They could come under public comment then, but I've never had anybody say, well, I can't do that. But they could use the written communication thing and ask to have it put on the agenda under written communications, and then we would decide whether it is a viable option or not to go further with it. So that's another option that the public has. So I've used that a couple times with people, but generally they show up. It's not too difficult to arrange to get here at 3 o'clock or 7 o'clock and present it to the whole council and the staff at the same time. And I said, you get a lot better representation that way because everybody's here. It's not just one person talking to you. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there.
I'm going to make a motion to close the public hearing. Certainly. We haven't closed the public hearing.
Just want to advise you, due to lost wages, it cost me $150 to come to this meeting today.
Thanks for taking the time. I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing. And a second, please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote.
Okay, if there's any more discussion, Mr. Goebel.
To me, this is somewhat of a discussion of efficiency. Not every government can be run like a business. There certainly can be good business principles invited into government, but government by nature is not efficient, and we do that for transparency reasons. In the private sector, it's the private money at stake, so you can move as fast as you want, as much risk as you want. But in the public sector, it's the people's money. So we move much slower with much more deliberation, much more consideration. So efficiency is not necessarily a goal of government in exchange for transparency and deliberation. As a body, we are kind of like a board of directors, though, of an organization in which we annually set the priorities for the city and the staff and the capital that's involved by setting an annual budget. And that's what we say, this is what we think the direction of El Cajon should be for the coming year. But can an organization's staff be overrun by additional requests, 62 requests by at least just from one council member, not to mention anything anybody else wants to bring? Can staff be overrun by additional requests in completing these priorities? Absolutely. We can totally get off track with what we're supposed to be doing in El Cajon if we spend too much time going away from the goal. However, it's our responsibility as leaders to vet these requests. Are there unused resources which we have available to request? If not, does it justify us taking a detour off the annual budget and using money in a different way? Which has the greater value, the proposed item or the existing one? Or are there new resources to bring to the request? So efficiency in government would call for screening or limiting these requests before they get to the staff level. Now, we have a two-step process here that I've learned in my first 90 days. The first step is, here's an agenda item. Should we send this to staff for a second time, at which the second hearing, the staff member will come back and say, here's what we think about this thing. So the first time so far that I've experienced is, should we send this to staff? Does it make the cut? So I kind of like that two-step process in place to have an evaluation. If you accept that government is not defined for efficiency but transparency, then I don't think we should place a limit on the number of items on the agenda to see if it's worth staff's time. To be clear, I'm saying I don't think we should limit the number of times it should go on that first step, in which it's, should we spend staff time on this? I believe, I have a concern that once we go to district elections, it would silence a district if there are any kind of dysfunctions existing. And certainly, we're here to listen to people. And I'm really concerned about placing a limit on agenda items. There must be a balance then between us keeping the city staff on track for what the goals are versus listening to the people. At some point, though, there just aren't enough financial and human resources to carry out the plan if too many initiatives are added. It depends what they are. So here's my proposed solution. I do like the two-step process as it exists today. Step one, bring as many items as you want to the agenda. Let the people be heard. Let the council decide, are we going to now assign staff time and cost the people's money to work on those ideas? I suggest a budget workshop, perhaps once, maybe twice a year in April and October, where we take all these ideas. Let's batch them up. If we've got 62 now, let's look at all 62 right now. There's no reason to trickle them in over the year. Let's look at them along with anything else anybody wants to bring in. Let the public be here to listen to those 62 items plus more. Let the council be here to go through and say, we'll take this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, not this one, not this one, not this one. And we go through, and it seems like now we're batching things up. The people are being heard. We're allocating staff time much more efficiently. And if we do it perhaps twice a year, that allows for times that items that may have social value to people to be heard. Certainly emergencies are a separate, and time-sensitive things are separate. So that's my proposed solution is call it a hybrid where I don't want to limit the people's, but I don't want to have them trickle in, and I don't want to use up staff time on an ongoing basis that we get off. Let's do it in a workshop where they're all listed, and if we do it twice a year, we can decide that's the time where we're going to look at stuff that's not in the annual budget. That's my proposal. Mr. Klosh.
Just a few things, Steve. To say that you get to you sacrifice, say, efficiency for transparency, I don't think so. I think you can have both. And there's no reason to suggest otherwise. You can have efficiency and transparency. The time it takes for me to speak or email an idea to the city manager, and the time for him to assess that as a great idea or not is in minutes. It's not in days or hours. So the idea, we've been hearing the word efficiency being thrown around here a lot, and I think it's a non-starter, especially for this, because a reasonable person would then say, well, why can't you then point to a certain proposal or agenda item that was introduced that used up copious amounts of staff time? I don't think you'll be able to point at one. And another one is, you've heard the words "get off track" a lot, and that's our job is to be objective here, right? It's not to just play along to get along. I would be surprised if anybody, if a resident was concerned more with how well, we get along as opposed to how well we do our job. I think that that's the most important thing for people. So it's not so much both transparency. It's not either or transparency or efficiency. I think you can do both. And one more thing, it's and maybe I'll defer to management, but from a management perspective, it's more efficient to pace yourself and have it trickle through the years. And I know that or through a year or any given time. Now, I remember when I first met with Doug when I was elected, and I think perhaps Morgan was in the room too. I said that I had 62 things that I wanted to improve or modify or slightly change, and they said pace yourself, and that makes a lot more sense from a management perspective to have those ideas, because those ideas can evolve and they can morph. And an idea that's really good in April might be crappy in July, and because things are fluid. So I appreciate the alternative motion, but I just don't see it being as efficient as that. And when you propose things on an agenda, you guys all get the report. On the very bottom it says, fiscal impact or staff time or whatever you see, and you'll see it's always either minimal or nominal, or if it's a lot, then we'll say it's a lot. But it's only a lot because the idea is grandiose. It wouldn't be a lot for a speed bump.
Bob? Do you have anything else to say?
I've said all I want to say, but the 3 o'clock and the 7 o'clock meetings are very good times for people to bring their issues to the city council. If they can make it, if they can't, they can always write
They'll probably
in
all still be here by 7, so.
Yeah, we probably will be. Might be here till 9 o'clock and not here 10 o'clock.
Gary?
Well, actually, I was here for all the speed bump meetings, and it was a 2-year process with actually dozens of meetings. But to me, it was an important thing. I like Councilmember Goebel's suggestion. I think it bears a staff looking into that and some other alternatives. It doesn't mean I'm going to vote for any of these things. I may decide that we need to keep things exactly the way they are, but what I'd like to do is have staff look at the different proposals, maybe give us a few alternatives, and come up with some compromises so that everybody's heard, but we don't bog down the city where we're not getting things done, and we prioritize. I think that's the most important thing, is we have to prioritize.
Since I've been on the city council and the mayor, I think this has been one of the most active and productive city councils in the region. We've become a charter city. We have got rid of red light cameras. We have a new Mercedes dealership, a new BMW ship, really a revamping of all the car dealerships, making us one of the strongest car sales places in the region. We've got 2 new hotels. Well, we've got did a massive sewer renovation. We've got the best rating on roads that you can get. We passed through Gary an alcohol ordinance that was really great in stopping drunk at Publix and reducing crime in the city. All these things are important things. I don't see us getting much done in 2017. I think we have a problem. I think we have to find a solution. I am not dogmatic about any particular solution. I'm suggesting something. Mr. Goebel's suggesting something. I want you to vote yes on this so we can send it back to staff. They can come back after they've looked at all the legal ramifications, they've looked at all the how viable the ideas are, and they can make us some suggestions. At that point, we'll address the problem. So my motion would be to vote yes on this and send it to staff to come back. I know that they've been paying attention. They've heard all your concerns, and they've heard all the concerns of the people in the audience. I think they'll bring us back something that we can all work with. Do I have a second? Bob, your second?
I want to say something.
Okay, you know what? That's fine, but we got to go on with the meeting, so this is the last comment.
Fair enough. You owe it to the people to be honest when you describe the city of El Cajon in its entirety. True, we have a lot of good things that have happened, but when you say we have the Mercedes dealership or we have the hotels coming in, it was only because we were lacking in those departments, right? It wasn't like we're not overachieving. We have 28% of the people who live below the poverty line. Our sales tax is one of the highest in the county. Most everybody in Fletcher Hills shops in Santee, and they shop in Santee because they feel that it's cleaner and the sales tax is lower and it's safer. And we did a poll on nextdoor.com where that proved up that point. So you have to speak honestly about the situation and the reality that's on the ground. Now, that's not to say that we're not doing anything right. No, of course not. We're doing a lot of things right, but we can get better. We have neighboring cities that when you do a comparison and contrast, you find out that we're lacking in a few things. And we want to get to that better level. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you for the time.
I just have to address two items Councilmember Colacho mentioned. One is the poverty rate in El Cajon. That's a direct result of low-income apartments. People that don't make a whole lot of money live in low-income apartments. Thus, there's a high poverty rate. Second is that half-cent sales tax pays for the entire fire department and paramedics, those guys sitting out there that protect you every day. If that half-cent sales tax went away, when you dial 911, it's going to take a long time for someone to respond. So the voters put that in, and that is crucial right now. It's going to sunset in about 10 or 15 years, but it's right now, it's crucial to this city's safety. So, maybe some people do go to Santee, but there is very little what they call leakage. We are net sales tax importer in El Cajon. There's been studies done. What we lose is rather insignificant in the sales tax revenue.
So
That was mentioned. Really quick.
Mr. Goebel, go ahead and let you finish, and then we're going to vote, okay?
I need clarification on the motion, please.
Yes. So the motion is, as written, we're going to send it back to the staff with my recommendations, but with also the admonition that you would take all the other ideas that you've heard today and write out viable proposals that we could do, that we can enact to solve this problem that we're having. Is that something that you feel like you could do? Okay. So that's the motion, and Bob has seconded. Please vote.
The motion carries by a vote of 4-1 with Councilmember Colacho voting no.
Councilmember Kendrick, your activities report.
As reported.
Councilmember McClellan, your activities report. Councilmember Colacho, your activities report.
As reported.
And then you've got a couple of items. Councilmember Colacho has brought forward item 9.2, which is a discussion of Clean El Cajon Day. Would you tell us about this, please?
So this was suggested by somebody on Nextdoor. I thought it was a novel idea to make a proclamation that the day be called Clean El Cajon Day. I think we would get support from Waste Management. In fact, I know we would, where they would supply trash bags, and we would sort of call it that day, El Cajon Day, and to people who want to clean up their own neighborhoods. So staff time would be nothing, because the Waste Management representative could then pass them out in the parking lot here or wherever, a designated area that deemed appropriate. It's just like, if you want to think about it in a different context, it's like Valentine's Day, right? So you could buy flowers and chocolate to your significant other on any other day, but because it's called Valentine's Day, people make it a point to go out of their way to do that on that day. And so it's just a really neat, novel idea to do. I think it would certainly give people who are seeking community service hours a chance to get community service hours, or churches or other groups. So I think it's a great idea that doesn't take up staff time, and it's one of my 62 things I want to do.
All right. Gary?
Well, do you want to wait for the cards?
Let's do speakers first. I would like to open the public hearing and ask the lady speakers.
Okay. For this item, Stephanie Harper submitted a card, but she indicated to me in a note that she had to leave, but she gives full support for this item.
All right, thank you. Any other cards?
No other cards on this item.
Make a motion then to close public hearing. Second vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote.
Council, I'll leave it to you. Gary?
Well, I think this is an excellent idea. Brings the community together. People can come from all over the city to clean up the city. I think Ben hit a home run on this.
Any other thoughts? Bob?
We have had days like this in the past, and I think they're good for the city, good for the citizens, and people like to be volunteers. That's what this nation was great on, grown on, is volunteerism is what's made this nation great, and it's from the beginning of the founders. That's what has happened in this wonderful free nation that we live in, is volunteerism is one of the greatest things.
Thanks, Bob. Mr. Goble?
I think this one is good for the people. I don't see it as consuming staff time if it doesn't require staff time to facilitate, so I think it sounds like a great idea.
So I'd like to make a motion.
Motion to approve, what is it? 9.2.
Second.
Please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote.
Want to tell us about 9.3?
Yeah. So this is going to be more of a, I guess, a conversational piece because Doug had informed me that Cox Cable, who I had a conversation with, was interested in providing free Wi-Fi for people in the city of for residents of the city of El Cajon at our events, 4th of July or America on Main Street or a few other events that we have for free. And but then I was told that they had communicated with staff and through Brett. So I don't want to step on anybody's toes, and I know Brett's excellent and the staff will do a great job, but this is, I guess, now just more of a conversational piece. So I just thought it was a great idea.
Then, staff, you'll continue to work on this problem, this issue?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Goble?
I have one additional item to report. On March 28th, I'd like to bring...
One second, Mayor. I think Ms. Harper left the same note for item 9.3 that she gives her support, just for the record.
Thank you. Go ahead.
This past Thursday, I went to Montgomery Middle School to listen to a group of students with a science project. Their assignment was to build new parks for El Cajon. They used a combination of 3D printers, of geometry, of engineering, of math. They built scale models. They had to use tools. Incredible work by these young students, and I'd love to have the one selected group come make a presentation to us on March 28th. I can follow up with the city manager to provide contact information for it. Be a great presentation. These kids were phenomenal.
Okay, then. Item 11.1 is discussion of adding a second full-time code enforcement officer in the upcoming budget, brought to us by council members Goble and Kendrick. Gentlemen, would you please tell us about this item?
Well, a lot of crime in El Cajon starts out in some of these rundown apartments. And I've found out from being a landlord for a long time, if you got a place that looks really bad, you end up with really bad tenants. And we've had some problems with landlords over the years that don't take care of their apartments. And I believe that every one of our citizens deserve a clean and safe place to live. So one of the things that I'm proposing is we hire a full-time code enforcement officer that can be dedicated to, in one respect, to looking at these apartments when we get complaints in, you're getting taken care of right away. And when you have nice, clean apartments that are safe, you just get a better group of tenants. The criminals tend not to keep clean and safe apartments. The other thing is we have issues with some of the motels in town that are just hotbeds of crime with prostitution and drug activity. And this would give us the personnel necessary to check these motels. The police are telling me these are, again, hotbeds of crime. Certain motels, there's a handful of them that continue to have issues and take up our police time. They're heroin overdoses where the firefighters and paramedics have to go in there and take care of these issues. So if you have a clean and safe motel, then you're not going to have the paramedics and fire going there all the time. It costs us about $1,000 to have one of our ambulances take someone to Grossmont Hospital. And if we have a motel that is, again, clean and safe, you're going to have a better group of clientele in there, and it's, in the long run, it's going to save us money. It's just good business.
It's not only that, it would stop the city of spending money to send people to the hospital that if they had a clean and safe motel or apartment, that wouldn't happen because it does cost about $1,000 to send out the 911 call for something that might be able to be prevented if we had maybe a little more clean and safe areas and more astute management of their properties and things like that. And also there's houses that need to be checked on occasionally that are run down the neighborhood. So it's not just apartments and motels, it could be homes too that need attention. And we've had a number of homes over the years that have fallen into disrepair or hoarding or things like that and cause problems in the neighborhood. And also that might be one other thing that needs to be mentioned. So anyway, it's a good idea.
How much is the salary with benefits for that position?
I don't have the precise information, but salary and benefits combined would be a little bit over $100,000.
Over $100,000?
Including the benefits, PERS and all of that.
Thank you. My concern is that I would, I know we're not voting on this, on what I'm going to say next, but I'm concerned about this is because I would much rather have another officer or another fireman if we have the money. So based on that, I cannot support it.
Mr. Goebel?
It's been a pleasure working with Councilman Kendrick on this. We kind of share the same concerns. When we invite people to a party, to our house, we clean up our house. And we do that out of respect for our guests because we want them to come back. And this code enforcement thing is the same way for the city. We're about ready to open a brand new nice hotel that we want people to come out here instead of going downtown. We have potentially Live Nation managing EGPAC for us, and we're going to invite people from outside the city into our house. We want our house to be clean. We want to be respectful. We want them to come back. This code enforcement officer would also address the issue of signs. You've all seen them on telephone poles or at corners. The 99-cent banner, the We Buy Houses banner, the diabetic test strips for sales signs. I'd like to go after those. Graffiti, I think we could perhaps address graffiti in a stronger way. That certainly is a deterrent, which certainly requires less police interaction there. Shopping carts. Shopping carts, I believe, that we've kind of given them a chance to kind of do their own thing, but I'm still seeing a lot of shopping carts out there. And so if we're going to invite people into our house, we need to clean up our house. The code enforcement officer would help address signs, graffiti, shopping carts, some things previously mentioned. I believe when you do that, that results in fewer calls for the police to do some things. So I think there are some benefits obtained there.
Mr. Kalasha?
Go ahead, Gary. I yield.
Well, I'm going to give you an example of where a code enforcement officer was used. We had, actually just a couple blocks from my house in Fletcher Hills, a guy that inherited the house. He was a drug addict, and his plumbing was all plugged up. So he was digging holes in the backyard and using that for his toilet. And there's roaches and rats, and they're going all through the neighborhood. That's a code enforcement issue, and those are the kind of things that we want take care of. It's that kind of thing is a public safety and a public health issue. And code enforcement officer is non-PERSable. In other words, and for public safety, it's a PERS position for municipal. Am I correct on that?
Code enforcement officer is non-public safety, just for municipal.
Right. So we're sending about, out of every $100 that we spend on public safety, we're sending about, $60 now to PERS? And on municipal, what is that rate now? So it's closer to 40. So it's a lot cheaper position than a police officer, although I know that we do need more police and fire, and I'm sure that will be addressed in the future. But before the police and fire get there, we've got the code enforcement person that kind of cleans up the city by how it looks, so you don't get those bad guys there to begin with. So I think this is a good move.
We currently have a way of receiving complaints for graffiti, and it's free. There's a website on a city website where you can call in graffiti problems. And with respect to shopping carts, that's more linked to the transient community. So I don't know that a code enforcement officer is going to drive around picking up shopping carts, because Public Works can do that. So I have a real problem with being fiscally conservative, using this money for that, and I think that we all should be more fiscally conservative.
Mr. Goebel.
With respect to graffiti, I called in graffiti about 3 weeks ago on 5 spots on Main Street, and not all of them are covered up because some of them are on private property. And if the graffiti company contractor does not have permission to go onto private property, they can't go paint it over. So part of the code enforcement is working with that private property owner to say, you're not in compliance. Otherwise, we're at a standstill the same way we are today, because there's nobody to go enforce that private property owner to either allow access to their property or to paint over. So this does address the graffiti issue. On the shopping carts, I've witnessed people walk out of the Albertsons parking lot at Broadway in Maine, and I said to the store manager, I said, there goes somebody with one of your carts. Their policy is we never go after anybody, because if somebody gets hurt, it's on us. So we let that cart go, and it goes down the street. And if that shopping cart is not a voluntary member of the shopping cart service, that cart does not get picked up. And so I think we need to be a little stronger in getting some of these people with shopping carts to say, we're going to participate in that program.
I'd just like to say that I've been on this body for almost 10 years now, and I have seen what code enforcement does. I really didn't understand code enforcement when I first started. We saw the pictures today of the house infested with roaches. That is only being cleaned up because of code enforcement. Recently, I went to an apartment. They had taken the roof off. They were trying to fix the roof, and it rained, and then the entire apartment became moldy, and people were trying to live in this wet carpet and mold, and they called code enforcement. Code enforcement spent a tremendous amount of time figuring out how to get those people back into the apartment in a clean and safe way. Code enforcement is just a vital thing, and if we don't have enough code enforcement officers, the question we have today before us is whether we should hire another code enforcement. To put it off and say, well, wouldn't it be better to hire a police officer or a firefighter, that's a straw man argument. It's not what we're here to discuss. Either we need a code enforcement officer or we don't. And that's the question before you today. That's what I would ask you to decide, whether or not we need a code enforcement officer, and that's of value to the city, or we don't. And I would stop at that point.
I'd like to make a motion.
Please, Bob, you want to speak first?
I'd just like to ask our city manager, we have Dan who does code enforcement, but can he get to all the issues that we've mentioned in the city of El Cajon and get them handled?
Well, Dan's actually not the kind of code enforcement that I believe Mr. Kenner and Mr. Goebel are bringing up. I think if the council does vote for this to come back on the agenda, one thing I can do to help a conversation is to review for the council kind of the group of people that I suppose you could say come under code enforcement. What you see Dan Pavao doing is building code enforcement. As I read the staff report, and I talked to Councilmember Goebel about this last week, is more zoning code enforcement. We have, as the staff report outlined, one full-time code enforcement officer. It's a gentleman by the name of Jeff Taylor. He has been with us years. He does a great job. Last year, the council increased that zoning code enforcement by 50%. With a full-time person who's a city planner, does 50%. We just hired him a couple months ago, right? Three, okay. He's half-time city planner, half-time code enforcement officer. And so one of the things I would be asking council, if you do have this come back, is to tell me what your priorities are, because with due respect, as I listen to everything, I think all of a sudden you're talking about more than one human being probably. I will also remind council that last July with that budget, completely separate issue, was because of the specific situation the mayor is referencing that was a major issue that came in front of the council. We hired a housing inspector specific. That person is being hired right now. That's the person who goes into units like you saw today. And I know that may sound like it's all the same, but part of it is building code, housing inspection, part of it is zoning code, which gets to Mr. Goebel's comments of signs, graffiti, shopping carts, things outside in the right-of-way. They all work together, and they work with the attorney's firm, because if people don't agree with this, it's got to go to him. And depending upon how serious it is, sometimes it works with our police department. So there is an entire group that, fortunately, in this city works extremely well together, and I can just kind of paint that picture better for you if you have me come back.
So when you come back, you tell us all of
Yep.
our options are and the costs associated with it.
Yep.
All right. So, gentlemen, Mr. Goebel, you want to make a motion?
So that we can clean up our house and get ready for people to come and enjoy El Cajon, I move that the city council direct the city manager to place this item on an upcoming agenda for further discussion and decision-making.
Please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote.
All right. There are no general information items, and there are no readings of ordinances. There are no closed session items. This brings us to adjournment, the regular joint meeting of the El Cajon City Council, El Cajon Housing Authority, successor agency to the El Cajon Redevelopment Agency, held this 14th day of March 2017, is adjourned to this evening, Tuesday, March 14th, 2017 at 7 o'clock p.m. Thank you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the evening session of the El Cajon City Council meeting. The meeting is now called to order, and I'd like to ask the city clerk to please call the roll.
All council members present.
Thank you. Would you all stand with me to say the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a brief moment of silence? Staff, do you have any agenda changes?
No, sir.
Council members, any agenda changes? At this time, any person may address a matter within the jurisdiction of the City Council, Housing Authority, successor agency to the El Cajon Redevelopment Agency that is not on the agenda. Comments related to items on today's agenda are to be taken at the time that the item is heard. State law prohibits discussion or action on items not on the agenda. However, council, authority, and agency members may briefly respond to statements or questions, and of course, an item may be placed on a future agenda. Belinda, do we have any cards under public comment?
We have one card under public comment from Elizabeth Valles.
Hi, Elizabeth.
I'm not making this a regular thing. I just want you to know.
No, I think it would be nice to have a nurse practitioner come.
So today I'm here actually with something very nice, and it's a thank you to the City of El Cajon employees. For the 5th year, the City of El Cajon employees have done a book drive and donated books to Rady Children's Hospital. This all started 5 years ago. I believe it was a table decorating contest that they have with the city employees. And Drum McComber, who's a retired El Cajon city employee, and Sunshine Horton, who is a past Citizen of the Year for El Cajon, dressed as Santa Claus and an elf, and delivered the books and actually read the story "'Twas the Night Before Christmas" to oncology patients, and then handed out books at the after the reading. And it really made the kids feel special that Santa came to see them and that the elf was there, and it was really a very nice thing, and I got to witness that. So I wanted to say thank you. Every year since then, because I happen to have an in with the city, with a city employee, that book drive has continued, and it's really made a big difference. Initially, it went to the pediatric ICU patients, and then the cardiovascular ICU patients. And this past year, they donated books to the high-risk infant follow-up clinic, which is a population that really needs to have books. I have a picture of the books that were donated, and this is a very vulnerable population. These are children that are born premature. Sometimes they have an insult at birth. And we know that most brain development happens within the first 3 years of life, and that 95% of brain development happens during the first 5 years. And that with this in mind, making this donation really helps make a profound difference to the life trajectories of these very vulnerable infants. And it helps to promote early literacy and primary relationships through the education and support provided through the assessments and so forth that we do. And I can tell you that every one of the parents that we've been able to hand a book to at the end of doing a very long appointment, it's really made a big difference. This is an example of the kind of books. They're the hardcover, wipeable books for infants and toddlers, and it helps with the parents as they're trying to help develop language and cognitive skills with their children. So again, I just wanted to say thank you to the City of El Cajon employees, and I hope it's something that we can continue. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that. What kind of work are you doing right now with children's?
So I'm a pediatric nurse practitioner. I happen to be in the high-risk infant follow-up clinic, and what we do there is developmental testing, looking at cognitive function, language skills, and motor skills for these children, and then making sure that they're referred into services that they need. And we see children from ages 4 months to 3 years old.
Thank you for doing what you do.
So thank you.
Yeah, we can talk.
I have no other cards under public comment.
Okay, we'll get right to it then. Item 100 is a public hearing on Kaminsky Auto Dealership, zone reclassification number 2322, and specific plan number 52. Staff, would you tell us about this item, please?
Mayor and Council, this is another exciting opportunity here in the city of El Cajon. As Council is fully aware, there has been significant investments made in our city. This project here is a zone reclassification to change the existing zone of a property that's currently manufacturing to light industrial, and a specific plan to program the development framework for a new auto dealership. The program or the project also includes a 6-foot-high freeway-oriented sign. So again, specific plans for the development of the project, and the rezone of the property to CM is to ensure, one, general plan consistency and for the proposed use. So the existing property is about 5 acres. It sits at the northwest corner of Marshall and Wagner. It has historically been used for many years as a heavy construction yard. It's where Cass Construction is located. There's a lot of outdoor storage. There's also a City of San Diego water transmission line that runs through the property. And it's also adjacent to the dealerships in the neighborhood, which include Toyota of El Cajon, Honda of El Cajon, Lexus, Mazda, Subaru, and the Mercedes-Benz that is currently under construction. So here's the aerial site that shows the subject site. Again, it's located at the northwest corner of Marshall and Wagner. You can see its proximity to the already dealerships that exist in the area. So if you're familiar with the property, again, it has been used as a heavy construction yard. Here are some photos to show you what the property looks like currently. Just to the west of the trolley tracks, the light rail line, which is again parallel to Marshall Avenue. So for decades it has been used as a heavy construction and basically construction yard. And what's being proposed is a development framework for an automobile dealership. And on the table at the time, and I think it's okay to say, that it would be for a Jaguar Land Rover dealership. Here's a site plan. It shows what the constraints are on the property. So again, you can see the San Diego transmission water line that bifurcates the property at a diagonal, and limits doesn't quite limit the use of the property, but it does show that it kind of forces the dealership building to the corner of Wagner and North Marshall, probably the best location for it, and furthest away from the residential that's existing to the west. So the proposal here is consistent with the general plan. The specific plan programs the development. The specific plan also includes good neighbor policies to ensure that this project remains compatible with the area. And this project supports the city's goal of retaining a strong, competitive, region-wide commercial base. And the recommendation is that the City Council approve this request, and staff is available to answer any questions.
So where the water lines are right now, will that be parking lot?
Yes. It'll be vehicle display and parking.
All right. So is it incumbent upon the builders to not put any structures on top of that?
That's correct.
So there's really not much else that could be built there besides a car.
Well, as you can tell from the angle or the San Diego transmission water line here, it really limits where a building can be. And to ensure compatibility, its best location is at the corner of Wagner and Marshall.
Council, any questions? Thank you, Tony. Great report. Belinda, do we have any cards?
Yes, we do. The first speaker is Carrie Schimpf.
Ms. Schimpf, welcome.
Hello. I think I know most of you, but my name is Kerry Schimpf, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. My company is Commercial Properties Group. We're a commercial real estate broker, and we've been involved out here since the mid-'80s. And anyway, the purpose of my short talk with you is just to give you kind of just a quick summary of what's been happening in our city with regard to the automotive industry in the last few years. We've been working on this project since the summer of 2014 with the idea that there would be an expansion of the existing automotive base and we would maybe be able to bring more dealers to the city. So in the last, since that time, Sun Road, as you know, purchased Elkhorn BMW. They built the new point right there in the corner of Marshall and Elkhorn Boulevard. Oromar Automotive, which is now Elkhorn Mercedes, leased the old Elkhorn BMW site, and now they're in construction on Wagner and Marshall across from Toyota, as was shown on the aerial. Kia purchased 1.35 acres from the city of El Cajon across the street from their existing dealership to expand, to be able to park cars and store more inventory. So things are happening. It's growing. Greg and Gary Kaminsky purchased Tipton Honda, and now they're in the process of rehabbing that site and improving the Honda point. And finally, as we've gone down the road on this site with the prospective zone change, we're fortunate enough to work with Shelley Automotive, who is located up in Long Beach and Irvine and the Orange County area. And after me, Lee Crecilius is going to talk a little bit about Shelley, but we haven't been able to, we're not like inked yet, but we have basically an agreement the handshake. We're moving forward to try to bring a Jaguar Land Rover dealership, and he can tell you a little bit more about that. And it's been very complex. As you saw, right now, the site is currently occupied by CAS Construction, which is a very large general engineering firm that's been there for a long time. They've been there since they purchased the property from Helix Water District that was using that as their yard. And to be able to get Jaguar Land Rover on the site, we've been trying to locate a new place for CAS to move. We're really close to doing that, but in this market that we're in right now, finding construction-oriented sites has been very difficult. But we are close. So as soon as CAS moves off the site, then we can move forward with what we're hoping to accomplish with the zone changes, which is to bring a brand new automotive dealership to our city.
Thank you very much. Can we turn the red light off? Let me see if there's any questions for you.
Okay.
Council, questions? No, I think it's obviously a great use for that site, much better for the city in almost every way. So thank you for putting it all together. I know how much work you've done swapping things around and using.
That's a good word, swap.
Yeah, this sounds like a John Gibson deal.
That's right.
He
Thank you.
Trade things for that, but that's good. Welcome.
All right, thank you.
Let's see if are there any more cards?
Yes, we do have a few more. The next speaker is Gary Kaminsky.
Mr. Kaminsky.
Thanks
for coming.
Thanks for giving me the time to speak. This is a project we're really excited about. When we moved from El Cajon Boulevard to Arnell, it really made a difference in our sales and was a great, great change for us. So when we heard that Mercedes was maybe not coming to El Cajon, we quickly called Carrie and tried to get that property so that we could get a dealership here one day, whether it be ours or another dealership. The city let us know they wanted that, and we wanted it too, because it's good for everybody when there's more stores there. They advertise, they bring more customers, and it's just a real positive thing. So the Mercedes store is going to be beautiful right there on the freeway. It's going to be amazing. And then we were looking at this property, and together, Carrie and my brother and I were saying, God, if we could get that piece, it would be an amazing car dealership, and it would kind of make that whole area a great car auto mall. So Carrie's been working hard on it and was able to make it happen. So we think it's going to be fantastic.
Wonderful. Let me see if there's any questions for you.
Not a question, but, well, I got a question first about this. There's a car wash on the site, and I apologize, maybe Tony had the answer. Are you guys recycling water?
At Toyota El Cajon?
At this proposed site where the car wash is?
That would be a question for Lee when they build it.
Yeah, not a problem. I mean, he can, if he's going to speak, he can address it then, I guess. And then the second thing is, obviously, your dealership, you guys are an outstanding operator. There's no question. You have been, in the years that when I ran the Chaldean Chamber, I know your dealership has been a part of it. Most dealerships are here, and then you guys have had outstanding customer service. So you're a responsible operator and really just a class act as far as your operation is concerned. I just want to commend you for it and keep up the good work.
Well, thank you very much. And I can assure you, Shelley is at that same level. They do a great job. They have many, many stores and a lot of Highline stores that, are fantastic. So thank you very much, Ben.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Lee Crescelius.
Good job, thank you. You can imagine what the teachers did to me during school.
Hi, Mr. Crescelius.
Mr. Mayor, staff, and council members, thank you very much for letting me speak this evening. My name is Lee Crescelius. I'm the Facilities and Project Manager for the Shelley Automotive Group. The Shelley Automotive Group is operated today by Damon Shelley, who's a third-generation car dealer. His family started in New Zealand, came through Hawaii. He bought a small dealership in Buena Park in 1990, which is now Shelley BMW in Buena Park. We currently have 8 franchises at 5 different locations with about 850 employees. We have Shelley BMW in Buena Park, Long Beach Mercedes-Benz, which also has the Sprinter franchise, Irvine BMW, Irvine Mini, and Rolls-Royce of Orange County, all on one campus in Irvine. And then we just purchased Lexus of Riverside last year in October, and then Jaguar San Diego last year in October. The purchase of Jaguar came with a letter of intent for a Land Rover franchise. Jaguar Land Rover's intent is to have 2 dual franchises in San Diego County. The existing Land Rover San Diego store will be awarded a Jaguar franchise once we get under construction here in El Cajon, all things going forward. So that's the reason we're coming to El Cajon to bring Jaguar Land Rover, is at the request of Jag Land Rover to move into a new market. And they felt, and they did their due diligence in looking at the proper market to move that franchise into, and believe that this is the proper market for that franchise. Just to give you a little additional information, the projection by Jag Land Rover is by the year 2020, this potential franchise would be delivering 900 vehicles a year. So, any questions? Thank you.
Let me see if there's any questions for you, sir. Any questions?
I'm not a professional pronunciator, so I'm going to call you Lee.
That's fine. That's fine.
So, to address the car wash question, because I know car washes have a huge impact on our water use. So, is the design taken into consideration reclaim, and then if so, what sort of reclaim system?
Well, I don't know the exact system, but I can tell you the process. We definitely do use reclaimed water. Our car washes are set up so that we take city water, run it through a filtration system, which creates either deionized water or reverse osmosis, pure water. That water is then used to rinse, the final rinse on the car wash. The runoff from that production of clear water becomes reclaimed water, which we use to start the wash cycle. Both of those are collected into a collection process, which then puts it back to the filtration system again. So we minimize the amount of water that goes off the property.
Yeah, the reason why I ask you is because I have extensive background in that reclaim. So you're going trench to clarifiers to charcoal system or salt?
That will depend on the engineer.
And then reverse osmosis in the end.
Yes.
Yeah, very good.
Yes.
Bob?
Being an ex-car dealer, I commend you on what you're doing. And, we were in business for 70 years until General Motors' market share got so small, I thought, good time to bail out, so I bailed out. And, very happy I did so.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for coming.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Bill Fishbeck.
Good evening,
Mr.
Bill
Fishbeck,
Fishbeck. I'm not going to say anything except I am going to say welcome to Graham. I'm so glad that Graham is here. I experienced the way he could run things in Lemon Grove, and I'm glad he's here. So I don't need to add anything. We've worked on this for quite a while, as you might imagine. There's a lot of pieces, and we're happy to get to the next step as soon as we get this approval done. So I'm here for any questions. Joel Waymeyer, who did the site plan, is here if you've got questions for that, but we're ready to answer.
What is your expertise?
I'm a land use attorney,
Okay.
and that's what I do.
Do we expect any problems from the neighbors? Anybody
No,
gonna be upset?
because with the help of staff, this is developed in a way that has a really large buffer on the west edge. Not only is there a sound wall, there's extensive landscape on that end. Lighting will all be turned in a way that it won't impact it, and any facilities for sound on the property will all be internal. There won't be outdoor PA systems or any of that stuff from the past.
Sounds great. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks much.
I have no other cards for this item.
Okay, great. I can make a motion then to close the public hearing.
Second.
Please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote.
All right, council, it's up to you. Any more discussion, or is somebody ready to make a motion? Steve.
If I could talk about this 60-foot sign, it looks like it's oriented north-south, so it's not facing the neighborhood east-west. Am I correct in that?
That is correct.
And it looks like it's lower than the 80-foot sign at El Cajon Toyota, so it's 60 feet instead of 80 feet. Am I so far so good?
Yes.
And what I like about the current El Cajon Toyota sign is it's, I'll call it the lumens, is not so distracting to freeway drivers. Can I assume that there's a similar, some type of measure for this facing freeway drivers? The lumens, or can you tell me anything about that?
Mayor and Council, the proposed sign at this time is not an electronic message display like the Toyota of El Cajon sign. It's currently a static sign.
Then it won't have any lumens, will it? Got it.
Any other questions? No. Somebody like to make a motion? Bob?
So move for the, adopt the next resolution, introduce the ordinance, and adopt the last resolution.
Second.
Moved and seconded, please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote, and with your permission, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to recite the title of the ordinance.
Please.
An ordinance approving zone reclassification number 2322 for the rezoning of property located at the northwest corner of North Marshall Avenue and Wagner Drive from M Manufacturing to CM Heavy Commercial Light Industrial Zone, APN 482-19021 and -45, General Plan Designation Light Industrial LI. And that's it.
Thank you. All right. Item 101 is Oakdale Residences. General Plan Amendment Number 2015-01, Zone Reclassification Number 2317, Plan Unit Development Number 343, and Tentative Subdivision Map Number 663. Staff, would you please tell us about this?
Mayor and Council, this is another exciting opportunity here for the city of El Cajon. This proposed project, as you indicate, is a planning and development tentative map for a 15-unit common interest residential development. What's unique about this project, it also includes density bonus provisions as detailed in our municipal code and in conformance with California state law. Each unit will have a two-car garage, and they include private yards and balconies as well. The project site is accessed via a private driveway off Oakdale, and they also include common recreation areas with a playground and picnic area for residents. The existing site is a little over 32,000 square feet and is currently vacant and has been vacant and underutilized for more than 20 years. And here's an aerial image indicating the location of the site. As you can see, it's at the terminus of Oakdale on the west of North 2nd Street and just to the south of the Interstate 8. And you can see its location to the west of an existing two-story motel and to the east of an existing single-family established neighborhood. So the proposed project includes, as indicated, 15 units, 15 residential homes for home ownership. The original design that went before the Planning Commission included 3 stories. And credit to the Planning Commission and working with the applicant, taking in the neighbors' concerns about the proximity of 3 stories to the adjacent single-family neighborhood. The applicant reduced those units closest to the west, closest to the residential units on the west side to 2 stories, and tiered the development. So you can see here, this is what the resulting appearance is of the project. So this is the south elevation. This would be facing you if you were in Oakdale. And this to the north. This is one of. There's 3 rows of homes that total 15. So this is the north that faces Interstate 8. This is the west elevation. What's unique here about the west elevation is that all the windows are small, and per the Planning Commission, were required to be raised a minimum of 6 feet off the finished floor to ensure privacy. They're also required to be opaque so that they're not translucent. You can't see through these windows. Light can, some light can get through to add some light to the interior of the units. However, you can't see through. So the Planning Commission was instrumental in directing the Planning Commission and listening to the concerns of the neighbors. And this is the site layout. As you can see, we have 3 rows of rows of homes. The most narrow part of the buildings face the west, and with the bulk of the development faces one another, and the freeway to the north and the existing development to the south. So in terms of what's before you, the request includes a general plan amendment to change and also a zone change to request a change from existing commercial zone to the medium density zone. There's also density bonus law. So under the proposed zone of RM 2200, that equates to 14.7 units an acre, and the applicant is requesting 15, has invoked density bonus. And what that means is that in exchange for an affordability component to this project, that a certain number of units will be made affordable to low-income or moderate-income households, they can be granted an additional unit. The project meets all the PUD development standards in the code, and is also in compliance with the Subdivision Map Act as well as the subdivision ordinance. The proposed density equates to 20 units an acre, so it's on the upper range of the medium density designation according to the general plan. And as you should note that the applicant provided an initial study and a mitigated negative declaration, went out for public review, and the only comments received were from the Native American Heritage Commission. They wanted to ensure that if there were identified resources during excavation, that there would be an on-site monitor, and that has been included as a mitigation for this project. So the Planning Commission recommended approval to the City Council, which is asking the City Council to adopt the mitigated neg deck and mitigation monitoring reporting program, approve the general plan amendment to change the commercial designation to residential, change the zone from commercial to residential, and approve the development project. You also should know that the Planning Commission also, in concert with staff, has identified that the intersection of North 2nd Street and Oakdale, and as a result of the concerns expressed by the neighbors, staff will move forward with indicating to paint markings on the intersection to indicate that intersection keep clear. Those were concerns about the intersection that was received from the neighbors. Staff also did a parking capacity in Oakdale and found that at any given time that there's almost a 50% capacity for on-street parking on Oakdale. So the Planning Commission heard the concerns of the neighborhood and moved forward with those and worked with staff to make sure that those were addressed. They also have been incorporated as conditions of approval in this project. And so staff is recommending that City Council approve the proposed project. And staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tony. Nice report. Let me see if there's any questions. Ben?
I don't know what this elevation is, but with rear windows, is it the same windows as the ones that are in the south elevation with respect to not being able to see out of them?
No, these are the west elevations here with the small windows. So those are in respect to privacy concerns that were expressed by the residential neighborhood to the west. And this is the north elevation facing Interstate 8. And this is the south. So this is what's internal and facing the south.
The smaller windows that they look identical from here to the one that's west, those are usable, both inside and outside?
Yes, they're not, you can't open them, but they are not at the same height as those facing the west.
Okay. Yeah, good job.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Tony. Nice report. Are there any cards on this?
Yes, sir. We have 2 cards for this item. The first speaker is Juan Quimado.
Hello, Mr. Quimado.
Good evening,
Welcome.
Juan Quemado, Quemado. I'm the project designer, and I'm just like to say that we've been working with staff first, and then with the comments that during planning commissions that were arise, and we have made the building all the changes that were requested, and we have sacrificed some square footage, height, and just to work with the neighbors and have this west elevation where the windows are not going to be openable or see-through. So I just like to say that we're here for any comments that you might have.
Let's see if there's any questions. Doesn't look like it. Looks like you convinced everybody already. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Victor Rodriguez.
Hello, Mr. Rodriguez, welcome.
Good evening. I'm the civil engineer and the land surveyor for the project, and I'm here to answer any questions regarding engineering. The proposed project, as so you know, has an existing drainage easement around it, adjacent to the neighborhoods, to the residentials. So there's like a buffer. There's an existing fence right now, and there's required another fence on the other side of the easement, on the inside side of the easement. So there's going to be a buffer from that city easement. And the project proposes permeable areas and impermeable areas as requested by the engineering department. So if you have any other questions, I'm gladly answer them.
Let me see if there's any questions. No, sir, thank you, though.
Well,
I have no more cards for this item.
Make a motion then to close the public hearing. Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote. And Mr. Mayor, before we proceed with any motions, I just wanted to call attention to the revised page, first page of the report. There was an added recommendation, so when we're ready for that, if you could refer to that page, please.
This one here, right?
Yes.
All right. Any discussion amongst the council? Gary?
Well, putting my real estate appraiser's hat on, I think this is probably the best condo project I've ever seen in El Cajon. It actually looks like something you'd see in Mission Valley. So I congratulate the developer and the investor on this. It's a fabulous project.
Steve?
I echo that and say thank you to the Planning Commission, to the staff, to the designer, to address the concerns of privacy for the neighbors. Obviously, when you go up a couple stories, people don't want you looking down in their backyards, and I think you did a wonderful job of addressing that. It's a fantastic solution.
Any other comments? I think it looks like a nice project, and I assume that we're ready to make a motion at this point. Anybody like to make the motion? We've got several, actually.
I'll make a motion that we move to adopt the next resolution in order approving the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote.
I move to adopt the next resolution in order approving general plan amendment number 2015-01.
Second.
Please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote.
I move to introduce the next ordinance in order approving zone reclassification number 2317.
Second.
Please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote, and if I may, I'd like to go ahead and recite that title.
Please.
An ordinance approving zone reclassification number 2317 for the rezoning of property located on the northwest corner of Oakdale Avenue and Oakdale Lane from the general commercial CG zone to the RM 2200 residential multifamily 2200 square foot zone, APN 498-310-20, general plan designation, medium density residential MR. And that's it.
Thank you.
I move to adopt the next resolution in order approving plan unit development number 343.
Second.
Please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote.
And finally, I move to adopt the next resolution in order approving tentative subdivision map number 663.
Second.
Please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote.
Congratulations. We look forward to seeing it. All right. It's our last item of the evening. Item 102 is on the East County Crematorium. Appeal of Planning Commission decision. And staff, would you please tell us about this?
Mayor and Council, on February 7th of this year, the Planning Commission held a public hearing, and after public testimony denied the request for a crematorium proposed to be located at 1150-1168 North Marshall Avenue. The vote was 3-1 to deny. The applicant then subsequently filed an appeal, and this now appeals before the Planning Commission. So the applicant is proposing, the City Council. The applicant is proposing cremation funeral services in an existing vacant building in the city's industrial area, and it's near the intersection of Vernon and North Marshall Avenue. The applicant is proposing minor improvements needed to the building in order to accommodate the proposed use. Office hours for the proposed business are to be Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. However, it should be noted that cremation services are proposed to take place at any time of the day, on any given day of the week. Meetings and services with family are proposed to be available and scheduled as needed. Now, although the zoning code, the existing site, just a bit of background, the existing site is a little over an acre. There's an existing 12,000-foot building on the property, and access to the property is via 2 driveways. And currently, there are about 22 parking spaces on the site. And here's the subject site in relation to the industrial area. Up in the northeast corner there is the city's public works yard, and just to the north of the subject site is the Vernon and North Marshall Avenue intersection. Immediately to the west is the Helix Water District maintenance yard, and a little bit further to the west you can see Cuyamaca Street and then the first row of residential development. So the general plan designation for this area is industrial park. It's expected to have industrial type uses, and the property is zoned as well as the surrounding area as manufacturing. And although, according to the city's land use code, that it lists as a crematory or crematorium services are conditionally allowed, but only if findings can be made. So that's the issue here, is that the findings can be made. And staff believes that the proposed use is, quite frankly, better suited in an area that is not in close proximity to employment centers. This was also the opinion of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission couldn't make the findings necessary to grant the conditional use permit. It was contrary to the existing and well-established employment center. The potential to negatively impact the existing neighborhood and services in the area existed. There was no guarantee that there would be no emissions from human remains, according to the Air Pollution Control District, and the necessity for cremation services was not found. So staff is recommending that the City Council affirm the decision of the Planning Commission and deny the appeal and affirm the Planning Commission's denial of conditional use permit 2236 for the East County Crematorium. And staff is available to answer any questions.
Let me see if there's any questions for you, Ben.
Tony, how extensive did you look at the mercury pollution that this would generate, if any? And then I believe it's because of fillings, teeth fillings, crowns and such.
So Mayor and Council, the staff, the City of El Cajon does not regulate air pollution. That comes from the San Diego Air Pollution Control District, and it's up to that agency to determine the amount of mercury or other pollutants that are allowed to emit into the air. So we, as a city, rely on the San Diego Air Pollution Control District.
Did you get a study on it, or?
No study is part of this request.
Other questions? So I take it that everybody was in agreement that that particular location was not the proper location for a crematorium, but the concept of ruling one out completely in the city has not been determined, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, let me see if there are any cards in this.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have several cards. The first speaker is Jan Thruston.
Hi.
Good evening.
Welcome.
I came tonight to attest first to Robert Zakar. He's my neighbor. I own Crystal Cleaners on Magnolia, and he's right next door to me. In all the years that I've been there, and those have been a lot, Robert has probably been the best neighbor I've ever had. Not only does he look out for the neighborhood, he looks out for the people that work there. He's come over to my business on many occasions to see if we're all right when our electricity's gone out on the street, or when we had this situation last year with all the people marching up and down the street, to people being in our parking lots that don't belong there to make sure that everything's okay. He's just an awesome, awesome neighbor to have as a businessman and as a friend. And he asked me to speak to the fact that I have never had a person make any kind of a comment about having a mortuary next door, about it being inappropriate. I know that's different than a crematorium, but that has never come up with any of my employees, my neighbor businesses, friends that have come in, or customers. And so I just wanted to speak on Robert's behalf because I think that he cares very much for the community that he's in right now, and I know he would do the same for the next place that he's going to be. And I thank you.
Any questions? No? Thanks. Love Crystal Cleaners. Go there all the time. Thanks.
John Arrieta.
My name's John Arrieta.
Mr.
We have
Welcome.
property on the southeast corner of Vernon and Marshall. I just got wind of this a few days ago, but lived out in East County by a crematorium by Lake Jennings.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that when you go by at night, they do a lot of the burning at night. There's not much wind most of the time. And that soot just sort of laid in there. And people would complain. It also smelled. And so I'm going by what in the past and seeing it firsthand. I know that particular place has been on the news a number of times, and the neighborhoods and so forth. I don't know what the new advanced crematoriums say, if it's, burns cleaner, but you're still going to have that smokestack and you're still going to have pollutants coming out of it. And it's going to go somewhere. It settles. I mean, up there you could see it on turning the buildings gray. You're not supposed to have these, I know, in residential neighborhoods because of the lead. They're scared of that. But I don't see much of the difference if you have employees in close quarters like at Vernon and Marshall with that soot or that air coming out of that crematorium. So we're against it. We think it should be denied. And I'm sitting here listening to the new car dealers and everything. Can you imagine putting one right next to the brand new car dealers? I don't think that would be wise. Yet they're talking about putting this right down by all these businesses where people work outside and so on. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Don Sorrentos.
Mr. Sorrentos, welcome.
Good evening. I'm Don Sorrentos. Live up in Fletcher Hills, and I know I've worked for 42 years at the company that John Arrieta was my boss, actually, and I know that area very well. You've got a school probably a block away and a high-density neighborhood area, the same area, even closer. This is not a great use of property. And I have talked to too many people that live out there by Lake Henshaw that have told me about the odors and about the soot and the contamination and the lead from the teeth and all this other kind of stuff. And I just don't think that this is a proper area to put a facility like this in. So thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Janice Kelly.
Ms. Kelly, welcome.
Thank you. I have a little cold, so pardon me if I cough a little. My name is Janice Kelly, and I am a volunteer for the Trauma Intervention Program. We are called to scenes where somebody has experienced a trauma in the home or a car accident. We're called by the police or the fire department, and quite often it's a death. So I have volunteered for 4 years, and I have probably gone to maybe 20 deaths a year. And more times than not, I use Robert Zakar when I have a death at a scene because of the way he handles his families. He quite often comes to the scene and reassures families. He follows them through the whole system, from the time that he reaches their home to the time that he lays them to rest, or he sends them away to be cremated. He would very much like to not have to do that. Most families don't know that they have to send their loved ones away to be cremated. They don't have the knowledge that their loved one is being sent to another county a lot of the times to be cremated. And it's up to a 10-day process that they are having to undergo before they can have their loved one's remains back to have the memorial services planned. A lot of people in East County are financially strapped. Robert works very hard to work with families so that they can have whatever they need to lay their loved ones to rest in the way that they need. He does what he says that he's going to do. It's important for families to be able to lay their loved ones to rest in the way that they need to. And Robert does his best to be able to do that. Having a crematory in the city of El Cajon would allow him to just take that one step further. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Sean Kelly.
My name is Sean Kelly, and yes, it was my wife. I also am a volunteer with trauma intervention programs, and I won't belabor that part of it. I have worked with Mr. Zakar on many, many, many occasions, and he never has. Every time I've made a phone call to him, it could be 2 o'clock in the morning, it could be any time, day or night, and either he answers his phone or he calls me back directly. And I will say exactly what my wife said. He does exactly what he says he's going to do. And I have seen in the field, working with people that their loved ones have deceased, that there is a need for a crematory being closer than the ones that we have now. East County has a big need for it. And I think that if anyone can do it, Robert can do it.
Thank you for coming.
The next speaker is Robert Zakar. And Mr. Mayor, I did want to mention that I have several subsequent cards, 3 additional cards that are asking that we give their speaking time to Mr. Zakar.
How much time do you need, Mr. Carr?
I have a small clip that I'd like to play, which is almost 2 minutes long. My presentation is about 6, 7 minutes, so total maybe 8 minutes with the clip.
You can keep it more than 5 or 6, that'd be better.
Do what I can. Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Robert Zakar. I am the owner of East County Mortuary. I ask for just a minute that you guys forget what you think you know about crematories. Just for a minute, forget what you think you know. And also, for a minute, forget about the Neptune Society off of Old Highway 80. Their equipment was over 35 years old, and they didn't want to update it, so they decided to shut it down. They are off the freeway and directly next door to residences and restaurants. What we're proposing is a secluded building in a heavy manufacturing zone away from residences and shops. What we're proposing also uses the latest and greatest in technology for the crematory. So the equipment is, the latest and greatest, and we do have the manufacturer here who can address that and answer any questions referring to mercury or any type of emissions or soot that may or may not come out of this equipment. This equipment, the same equipment, is being used at universities here in San Diego. UCSD actually uses the same equipment that I'm proposing to use on campus. The same equipment is also being used in other local crematories located next to residences, colleges, and other businesses. Since you couldn't go to the crematory yourselves, I've actually made a short clip that will show you how a crematory operates. If you can play the video, please.
It's very quiet.
Yeah. It wasn't like that when I played it.
Please forgive us, it shows that it's playing, but it's not transmitting. Here we go. Yeah. Can't get it to slow down. And I can't have no volume control. Can you do it up there? I'm asking for Michael's help.
We're going to need some professional help here.
Yeah, definitely.
Here he comes.
No volume either. Let's back it up a little bit. Thank you, Michael. What do we need to do?
Robert,
I don't have an audio.
don't worry about it. Give us as much time as you need.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I won't be long, I promise.
It's okay.
Yeah, you bet. You bet.
That's my older son back there.
Thanks, Tony.
Hi, everyone. My name is Angela Cortez.
and I am the owner and president of Cortez Cremations and Funeral Services. I am located at 100 West 35th Street in National City, right off of the 54 freeway. I'm across the way from Best Buy, Walmart, and a commercial area. And about 100 feet to my right is California School of College. And to my back, there's an apartment complex that accommodates about 1,000 occupants. From our last meeting, I know we had questions regarding smell, noise, emotional impact, and I'm here to say that none of that exists.
Hi, my name is Paul. I'm the manager for CPP, Printing and Direct Mail Marketing, and we're right next door to the Cortez Crematory. And since they've moved in, we haven't had any negative or emotional type things that have helped hurt me, no smell or no physical things that have come through the doors that have bothered us, and none of my staff has mentioned any of that either. They've been good neighbors.
The actual machine is going on right now. I'm going to be quiet for about 2 seconds. There you go. You really can't hear anything. It's literally right behind this wall here, the machine. So this is the noisiest it gets. The machine runs every day, all day. And here in my office, I perform my family meetings when they come and sign paperwork for cremations and things like that. And if I don't let them know that the actual crematorium is running in the back, nobody can even tell. So if you can't hear it from the inside, you definitely can't even hear it from the outside.
Thank you. What I'd like to do now is address some of the staff's findings. I believe the staff's findings to be factually incorrect with no supporting facts. Finding A, staff says, allowing a crematorium at the subject location has the potential to hinder the existing and well-established employment center within the city and therefore not in alignment with the general plan. The fact is that this couldn't be further from the truth. Just look at my mortuary. My mortuary sits across the street from here. So the mortuary's been here. It's in the heart of El Cajon. It's been here since 1942. And just think of all the development that's happened around my mortuary or where my mortuary is located, downtown El Cajon. We've got all kinds of residences, apartments, and I assure you that mortuary has been there a lot longer than a lot of these businesses that are here now. Across the street, there's a Rubio's, and I sat there today and had lunch, and I looked across the street, and the mortuary is there, and that Rubio's is thriving. So I assure you that none of the businesses around me are hurting because having a mortuary. And just so everybody's clear, the name of my mortuary is East County Mortuary and Cremation Service. So people who do see my mortuary and know of my mortuary are under the impression that we're actually having cremations on site. And the real psychological distress for families is when we have to tell them while they're grieving that their loved one has to be shipped off somewhere else to have the cremation process done. And the question is why? As you looked at the business in National City, the crematory in National City, and you heard testimony from my neighbor, and you also heard testimony from Angela's neighbor from Cortez Cremations, there's no noise, there's no smell, there's no soot, there's no nuisance. And just that alone it should be proved that the opinion is lacking reasonable and justifiable support. Finding B is fine. Finding C, staff says the subject site and the proposed use is on a major street in a highly visible and developed industrial area and may present psychological distress to surrounding businesses and visitors to the city's animal care facility. Again, let's look at the facts. East County Mortuary and Cremation Service, located on a much busier street with higher visibility. The police department and City Hall are right across the street, and I assure you they probably generate a lot more traffic flow than the animal shelter or, the animal care facility. There's also a lot more attractions by the East County Mortuary. So again, the psychological distress theory, it's proven that it's not there. If you think about the mortuaries, cemeteries, the crematories that are in San Diego County and all over other counties, you'll realize that they are in residential areas. They are in shopping centers. They are in industrial areas. And yet, we don't hear any complaints. We don't hear any problems. The proposed facility is in an enclosed facility. Everything's going to happen inside. It's not going to happen outside. Also, when I first started this process, I went to staff, and I must say, staff does a remarkable job in the city of El Cajon. Their turnaround time is phenomenal. And, I didn't just go and pick a place and say, this is where I want to put it. This is a place that I picked with staff's recommendation, with staff saying, well, look for something that's kind of over here. Well, this won't work, and this won't work. And we finally found a site that I presented to staff, because staff had given me a few streets, Marshall, Pioneer, Johnson, to find something there, kind of out of the way, but not, so far away that the community can't utilize it. And so when I brought this project to staff said, this may pass. This looks good. So we moved forward, and here we are today. Finding D says, odor, smoke, and particulate matter may emanate from the use if the operation fails. Air and Pollution Control District cannot guarantee, and there will be no emissions of any kind when cremating remains. Okay, this statement was made on zero facts. I mean, let's just put that out there. You should have received a booklet from the manufacturer. All of you should have received this. This also has source testing. It also has risk assessment. And this was all done at a crematory that's literally across the street from apartments, from schools, from other places like that. And again, passed with flying colors. So again, if pollution, noise, emissions, if that's a concern, we alleviate that concern with the equipment and the technology that we're proposing. I'm going to defer. I'm not going to talk about this anymore. I'm actually going to defer to the manufacturer who's here, who will be able to answer those questions a lot better and give you a better idea of how these machines actually run. Finding E. Finding E is basically public convenience and necessity. I can't think of a bigger necessity than a crematory here in El Cajon. Currently we have to drive all the way up to Vista. Vista's probably about 50 minutes away on a good day. Now, other funeral homes have to go even further. But Vista's the closest one, and I try my best to accommodate these families and turn things around for them as quickly as I can, because they're already grieving, and we want to make this as smooth of a transaction as we possibly can for them. San Diego is the second largest city in California with 3.3 million people, and it only has 5 crematories. Los Angeles, with 10.1 million population, has 27 crematories. Orange County, with 3.1 million, so they have less population than we do, has 13 crematories. Riverside, with 2.4 million, has 15 crematories. And I've provided you with other statistics and facts. We'll show you down the line how many crematories each county has based on their population. 70% of the nation is now being cremated. 60% of Californians are being cremated. And now with the Vatican coming out and making it okay for Catholics to be cremated, that number is even going to rise even further. East County Funeral Homes served over 4,000 families in 2015, and I've provided you with those statistics as well. 2,600 of those services were cremation. So that means 65% of East County residences, East County people were being cremated. This new crematory will create many new jobs. It will generate sales tax revenue for the city, and especially it'll create sales tax revenue for the city from neighboring cities like Santee, Lakeside, Alpine, Pine Valley, Spring Valley, La Mesa, Poway, and even the city of San Diego. Please help us serve these families in their time of need. Don't think about what you think a crematory is. Ask, and I'll tell you. The question isn't, are we going to die? It is, when are we going to die? Who's going to take care of us? And where? This is an industry that a lot of people don't know much about. So please ask. Before you guys close public testimony, before you make your decision, please ask. Don't let El Cajon miss out on this opportunity. Thank you.
Let me see if there's some questions from the council. Steve?
Mr. Zakar, you brought up sales tax.
Yes, sir.
Is this a taxable service?
Correct. So the service itself is not taxable, but because we do sell urns, merchandise, keepsakes, also caskets, because sometimes people have viewings prior to having a cremation, so they'll have a full service, traditional service, and we do a lot of that here at our facility here. So we will be able to sell them, caskets that will be cremated as well.
Do you plan on having services at the crematory?
We will have witness witness cremations. That's really the purpose of it. Is you have a lot of people who, there's a lot of talk out there that, is my loved one being cremated alone? Are those my loved one's cremains? So yes and no. They will be small services. There will be witness cremations. So that people know that that's actually their loved one they're receiving back. And some people need that closure, knowing that their loved one is going in there alone.
And how are a deceased person's remains transported to the facility? Is it in a hearse? Is it in a different vehicle?
No, they're actually soccer vans. So they're picked up with gurneys, very discreetly in a soccer van. Like I mentioned earlier, the building is actually fenced off, pretty secluded. It's an L-shaped building. I'm sure you can see it on, there may be a better picture there. But it's an L-shaped building. So actually, the van could come in. There's 8 roll-up doors. It could even back into the facility itself, and the body can be taken out and refrigerated until time of cremation.
Would that process be visible to the public?
No, not at all.
Yes, you said there was sales tax with the city. Don't you sell caskets and urns and things like that at your mortuary now?
Yes, I do.
So there won't be much of a sales tax benefit for the crematory because you'll sell most of it at the mortuary, right?
No, not true. Again, cremation on the rise. We're going to be, currently the only crematories that are currently in San Diego are corporately owned. They charge an astronomical amount. They're in the city limits of San Diego mainly. The closest independent one to me that I can use is up in Vista. So again, I think we're going to draw from a lot of cities because as an independent and currently our mortuary, we're price sensitive. We serve the community. The crematory is going to do the same thing. Rather than charging $3,000 for a cremation, we're going to be charging $1,000. So again, we're going to be pulling business into the city of El Cajon, and we'll be able to sell them that merchandise. This mortuary here is standalone, completely separate from the crematory that we're proposing.
Won't other mortuaries sell their own urns and things like that, so you won't be selling them to the outside of the city of El Cajon?
I plan on people walking in through my door, so I want to serve these families personally, my employees, my staff to serve them personally. This isn't a crematory that we want to be able to cremate for other funeral homes. It's here to serve this community, the East County community. So we'll be taking business from other cities, is what I'm saying, and we'll be selling them the merchandise as well, along with the services.
Well, I know that in the past, the mortuary business has been very profitable in the past, and it's a well-known fact. And so I just don't know. It costs a lot to come in, a lot to go out. So anyway.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of work that goes along with it, and I'm sure, those of you that have dealt with a death in a family, I'm sure could attest to the time that you went through and who helped you and how difficult it was.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Zakar? Gary?
Just a comment. Robert handled both of my parents' funeral and did a wonderful job, so thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Always a pleasure.
Bob?
I went to a fellow that I think his dad owned El Cajon Mortuary. I went to school with him, a fellow by the name of George Roach. Are you familiar? Is that your home?
It is not my home. El Cajon Mortuary actually just sold to one of the big corporations, to SCI. So we're one of the few independently family-owned and operated funeral homes in San Diego County.
So that wasn't where his dad was?
No.
No, okay, yeah. I went to school with him.
Well, may he rest in peace.
He's still with us.
Then I take that back.
You're not trying to drum up business, are you?
No, not at all.
All right, Robert. So you make a compelling point. The staff also, I think, makes a good point that perception, at least, maybe not reality, but perception is that it's too close to some schools and businesses that would be uncomfortable with it. I think
Not schools.
Isn't there a school close to that?
Flying Hills Elementary, according to staff's estimations, approximately 1,100 feet.
That's pretty close.
As the crow flies.
Okay. If you got a no answer tonight, you're not finished though in alcohol, right? I mean, you're still looking for an acceptable site in a more industrial location, right?
If I get a no tonight, I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to do. Yes. So there is a possibility, yes, if I can find a suitable site that, well, I feel that this is a suitable site. The frontage of the building is phenomenal. It's secluded. It's large. It's in an industrial area. Now, if the city would allow me to place it somewhere else, yes, I would definitely be open to that.
Okay. Because I think you sound like you're an extremely good businessman and asset to the community. And no matter what happens tonight, I hate to see you not keep trying. But we got to find the right location. So let me see if there's any more questions, Ben? So I'll let you go at this point, and then we'll discuss it in the council, and we'll make a decision.
Okay, well, just so we're clear on one thing, Honorable Mayor, if I do get a no tonight, I plan on being a partner in the city of El Cajon regardless. So this has no effect on what I do for the community and how I do it or what I will do for the city. So thank you for that.
I do appreciate that. Thank you. Are there any more cards?
Yes, I do have a few more cards. Alfred Atala.
Mr. Atala, welcome.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Mayor, good evening, council members. I'm here in support of Mr. Zakar and East County Crematory, East County Mortuary, Inc. I'm an attorney here in East County. I have an office here, and I handle a lot of families, businesses. I do a lot of transactional work, and one of the areas that I handle is estate planning, which obviously we have to deal with the concept of death coming, and what do you want to have happen with your possessions. And the last question I always ask my clients is, what do you want to have happen with you? Do you want to be cremated? Do you want to be buried? And like Mr. Zakar mentioned, there's a big rise in the need for cremation services. Also, as a part of my practice, I counsel a lot of businessmen and women, and I can honestly tell you that when they come in my door to open a new business, I can sense their passion. I can sense why they're in the business versus what they're doing, and nobody exemplifies that more than Mr. Zakar.
Now, let's be honest, this is not as sexy as a Jaguar dealership or a beautiful new condominium project, but this is a business that's needed. It's a business that serves our citizens, it serves the community, and it's a business that's being done now outside of El Cajon. Loved ones' remains are transported like merchandise. A lot of times they're held back until there's enough to send up where it's profitable because it's very expensive. Mr. Zakar exudes that passion, and I can tell you just from personal experience, not from my own family, but from clients of mine, when I recommend him in the time of need, when I get that call that dad or uncle or mom have passed away, and fortunately I have a good friend and client that's in the business, and I can recommend Mr. Zakar. And I can tell you when I get those phone calls after a week later or 2 weeks later, telling me, thank you, Alfred. It's something that, I get happy when my clients succeed, but it makes me proud. It makes me proud that we have somebody in our city, in El Cajon, that's such an exemplary provider for these services, a service that many of you and me myself would never want to be involved with. But when you see what it does for people and the passion he exudes and the comfort he gives, it's priceless. So we talked about the need for this in the community. We can see there's a need. There's not enough crematories. We don't have one in El Cajon. At the City Planning Commission's meeting that we had a few weeks ago, the Planning Commission had the same predisposition. They didn't understand, and after they learned and after they heard from the manufacturer, which you guys are going to hear, they all had that disposition that we do need this. And there was even a question of where else can we put this in El Cajon? I heard the city staff saying nowhere. So it's in the zoning, but nobody really wants it in their backyard. But if you really learn about it, you really understand it, you'll know that it's not going to be a psychological effect on people surrounding. You saw the location in Chula Vista. So I can tell you it's something we need to look at with a clean mind, and you have the passion and the future of this business in your hands. Don't destroy it. Embrace it. Help it. And it's going to make you proud one day. I promise you that. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Angela Cortez.
I recognize you from your video.
Hi, good evening. My name is Angela Cortez, and yes, I was the one in the video. I am the owner of Cortez Cremations and Funeral Services in National City, and I'm here to pretty much answer any questions. But before I do that, I kind of want to state that the gentleman that said, we don't want this in our backyard because of our previous experiences, it's totally understandable. It's the unknown, which is a scary part. So with all honesty, I invite you guys to visit my crematorium at any given time. And one of the facts that were there is it can or cannot be true where it states that the crematorium will be operated at all hours, 24 hours. That is not up to us. That is actually up to air quality. That sets a limit. For example, my crematorium could only cremate from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. And if we go out of that range, we get fined up to $25,000 per incident. So there's a lot of channels where we're going to be regulated. So this is just the first stage, is finding the proper location. But after that, emissions, we're more regulated than your local Jack in the Box. So I think there were some questions about mercury going into the air. Now it's not even that. Now what they're concerned about is the chlorine that is inside the body bags. If body bags are going to be being cremated, they want to know the percentage of actual chlorine. So it's not even about mercury. No, we've evolved from mercury. Probably 10, 15 years ago that was a concern, but now the percentage is so slim to none that it's not even a concern to air quality. So again, I think I'm one of the most qualified people to answer any kind of questions. And I mean, again, I don't look traumatized. I'm not traumatized. My 4 children are not traumatized. It's not a business where there is psychological trauma. On the contrary, they see the blessings that people that I've never met before give us for accommodating their loved ones.
Questions?
You mentioned some kind of regulations. The Air Quality Board, how often are you required to be inspected by the Air Quality Board?
By law, we have to do an air quality testing, a source testing, every 2 years. So the engineers go out there while the cremation is being in process, and they actually measure the emissions, and it's a 2-day test.
Which happens once every 2 years.
Once every 2 years, that is correct.
The chamber itself, how often is that required to be inspected, if at all?
Once a year.
And who does that?
Maintenance as well, the manufacturer, which he is here
Manufacturer.
present. Mhm.
Thank you.
Bob?
Do you have air filters, I guess, that you use, and what do you do with those? Or do you have to replace them, or just wash them off, or what?
No, it's more complex than that. There are no air filters per se. There's the main chamber, and then there's a secondary chamber. In all honesty, I think the one more qualified to answer that question is the actual manufacturer who builds the machine, but there are no air filters that I personally have to clean out. It doesn't work that way.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michael Burwell.
Good evening. My name is Michael Burwell. I am the manufacturer of the proposed equipment, American Crematory Equipment Company. Been in business for well over 40 years. I myself have been designing cremation equipment for over 25 years. I have at least 8 installs from Oceanside to the Tijuana border and a couple in Tijuana as well. I'm here tonight to support both of my customers as they have my equipment, and hopefully you will approve the equipment for Mr. Zakar. We've all heard that Mr. Zakar is a stand-up guy in your community, and I don't see a huge opposition other than some smell, soot, and a school. Air quality regulates all of our installs. The APCD has a certain standard that we have to abide by. I build way above that standard. I have the cleanest burning machines in the country, hands down. I have proof of that. Additionally, in San Diego County, we recently had a couple of installs where we removed some old equipment, and we put in new equipment, latest technology, best available control technology, and we had to prove that they were cleaner burning than the national standard. So our national air quality dictates a set of standards based upon a factor that the EPA sets. Now, APCD said I needed to meet or exceed that. So what we had to do was test the equipment for 3 days, case after case after case, for mercury emissions, for hexavalent, for chrome-6, because there was these concerns that there's an apartment complex directly across the street from the equipment. Now, the old equipment had been there for years, so they were grandfathered in, but they were much less efficient. So what we did was we proved to them that our machine exceeded their standards, and all of my machines are built to exceed the standards, especially in like Bay Area. If you can imagine Bay Area air quality control, they have huge standards. We exceed them. All of the other manufacturers cannot get their equipment in place like I can get my equipment in place. They have to have 40 feet of stack for retention time and all of this other requirements because their machines just aren't built as efficient. We partner with Siemens, one of the best electronics manufacturer, German manufacturer in the world. We have instant access to all of our cremation equipment, all of our new cremation equipment, so that we can log into the equipment just like we're standing in front of it. We can troubleshoot, we can diagnose, we can help them run or manage their cremations if necessary. Also, as far as smell and soot, so there's three things in cremation engineering: time, temperature, and turbulence. And you have to have all three of those, as well as a well-managed oxygen control system to complete and reduce the amount of emissions to the standard that we build up. So we have a multi-chambered system that creates this time, temperature, and turbulence. So that's how we're able to guarantee that we don't have the emissions that other manufacturers have.
Well, sir, thank you. The red light's on. I'll see if there's any questions for you. Bob?
I think one of the problems is that the equipment that was out at Lake Jennings has given a poor estimate of what cremation in the neighborhood can be, because of the fact that I have a daughter and her family that go right by there. I have a sister-in-law and brother-in-law that have a family that go right by there and their kids. And they all told me about the smell. Well, apparently these new machines don't create that smell or odor.
They do not. The smell is a misnomer. A lot of people think that they smell something, but they don't.
Well, they said it was a sweet smell, the one out in Lake Jennings, but I don't know.
Say that again?
They said it was sort of a sweet smell, the one out at Lake Jennings, but
I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
So.
They said we can always tell because we can smell it.
Yeah. The secondary chamber burns at an average of 1750 to 1800 degrees. There's not much that's going to live in that type of temperature. Bacteria, anything gets burned off at 1400 degrees. So, and that's what we run our equipment at, is 1750 to 800 degrees is our average temperature. We also have emission control on the machines. So if there's any amount of opacity or smoke in the very first section of stack, the opacity system detects it and automatically shuts the system down. So, it doesn't completely shut the system down because we need oxygen. So it leaves the blower on, it shuts off the primary burner, leaves the secondary burner on, opens up all of the oxygen in the machine to extinguish the smoke. But it's not really smoke, it's water vapor. Consider this, we're made up of water, 89.6% water. So we're taking our solid mass, our bodies, and reducing it to a moisture vapor. And that's what we're burning off in our secondary chambers. So it's not a smoke as you would think it's a smoke. Now, smoking on other equipment would come from like body fat and stuff like that. The exothermic condition that occurs within the first 3 minutes of the cremation. So I designed my equipment to control that exothermic condition. So once that condition is controlled, I know we're not going to have any opacity. After that condition is over, then we bring the machine on at a higher level of combustion.
Sir, what actually comes out of the smokestack then?
All you get out of the smokestack is a heat plume. It looks like a heat wave, like if you're looking down a hot road, you're traveling down a hot road and you see the heat wave coming off the concrete or the blacktop. That's what it looks like coming out of the stack.
But as far as chemicals or
no chemicals,
carbon monoxide,
no carbon monoxide, very, very little particulate and CO2.
So if I stood on a ladder next to the chimney, what would I smell? Anything?
You wouldn't smell anything. You would absolutely smell nothing. Like I said, it comes out at 1750 to 1800 degrees. And the velocity is 21.9 feet per second. So the velocity is very fast as it travels through the chamber. So we have to control that rapid exit. And when it exits out the stack, it's still traveling at 21 feet a second. So it exits into atmosphere, and then you'll see it dissipate. Nothing falls, nothing comes back down. You don't smell anything standing next to the stack.
So as far as particulate matter goes, let's say from a 200-pound body, how much would that particulate matter weigh? I mean, it's probably like some fine dust or something, or?
How much would what weigh?
How much would that weigh? I mean, is it like fine dust?
No, well, we don't reduce down to ash. It's a misconception. We reduce down to bone because we're made of water. So all that's left is our skeletal remains. And that is
that stays behind?
That's what's left behind. All of our organs, all of our tissue, all of our cartilage, everything burns away. And all that we have left is skeletal remains. And that's what is pulverized
some
into
particulate
ash.
matter, though. What is that?
The particulate matter could come from a cardboard cremation container because everything, the decedents are burned in cardboard or wood casket or something like that. So that could come from that. But the particulate matter in my machine is extinguished in the secondary chamber.
Okay, by extinguished, you mean destroyed?
Destroyed.
And so what's coming out the smokestack then, if we put a filter on there of, let's say, cotton or something that could handle the heat,
Yeah,
would
you
that trap
wouldn't,
anything?
You wouldn't catch anything.
Okay.
Yeah, you would catch absolutely nothing.
And what's the size of that particulate matter that goes out? It just
It's measured by dry grain standard, and it is a 0.0001. I mean, it's nothing. Same as our mercury. So the mercury comes from the teeth, the dental algorithms, and we all have different dental implants, so it would vary. So the mercury testing that we've done, it barely registers, like it's non-existent from our source test companies. They say it's almost a waste of money to do that test because it's just non-existent.
All right. Thank you, sir.
How many units that you're proposing for this facility do you currently have in operation in the marketplace?
Hundreds. We sell all over the United States and the world.
Of the current model that we're proposing?
The current
for this?
model is the A200. That is our flagship model.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long has this product been in the marketplace?
It's been in the marketplace since the 80s.
Okay. And have you ever had any unintentional failures?
Yes. You can have in previous versions of this machine, you could have a motor failure or a mechanical failure. With the new equipment, and like I said, partnering with Siemens, we build on the European standard, and they guarantee 250,000 cycles per component, whereas other manufacturers of motors did not. So that's why we went to a Siemens brand, is because they can guarantee me a relatively long life cycle for all of the mechanical components that could fail.
And what happens if the motor does fail?
The machine would catch itself. Like I said earlier, the opacity would detect in the stack, and it would automatically shut the burners down, and it would open up the throat air and control the oxygen into the secondary chamber. There's gas safeties, there's air safeties, there's opacity safeties. All of this is built in and engineered into my equipment.
Any other questions? Well, we've never learned about this before at City Council. Thanks for educating us.
Yeah, I have a lot of installs all over San Diego.
Do you travel, just out of curiosity, do you travel to government bodies all over and do this kind of work?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you go to a lot of different city council meetings and educate the council on these kind of machines?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Interesting work.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No problem doing
Thanks
that.
for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just have one card left.
Okay.
For Brian Stout.
Mr. Stout, welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Brian Stout. I'm the General Manager of the East County Mortuary, and I've been with Robert since day one in helping him get East County Mortuary up and running. And I've also built and operated a new mortuary in a city of over 200,000 people that did not have any mortuary or crematory at that time. And I've started in the industry in 1972, and I've met with many families, and I've seen a lot of changes over the years in this industry. And I've learned we have to wear many hats, and one of the hats that we wore tonight was that of teacher and educator. And you've heard that tonight, and you're educated on the crematories, the families, and the funeral industry. The more information you have, we feel it will be easier for you to make a decision on this project. And in the past, as a society, we didn't really deal with death very well. We were afraid to talk about it. Most felt like out of sight, out of mind. If I don't have to face it, I'll feel better about it. Well, times have changed with the emergence of the baby boomers. They are asking more questions about their loved one, about cremation, where their loved ones are going, and what kind of facility are they going to. And I'm standing here before you tonight, not to give you a bunch of facts and figures, because you've been given a lot of those tonight to digest, but to talk to you from the heart about this project. This is a very sensitive business that we're in. We're not dealing with appliances, washers and dryers, or new cars. We're dealing with the family's loved one. It's a very special and sincere commodity to deal with. It's a very sensitive business that we're involved in, not to be taken lightly. And families, they do not hand over their loved one to just anyone. They want to feel comfortable about where their loved one is going and who they are dealing with. So please consider this when making your decision about this project. We need this project so we can better serve our families and give them what they want, the type of facility they deserve and they need here in El Cajon. There's no better feeling in the world than a family taking time to personally thank you for taking care of their loved one. And Gary, I want to thank you for mentioning that tonight. We appreciate that. Robert and I helped him with his mom and dad during the cremation process. So it's, in fact, I was getting goosebumps when you were thanking us for our services and that. So we appreciate that. Guaranteed, if you approve our project tonight, a family member will come up to you one day and probably thank you the same way for taking care of, having us take care of their loved one and approving this project. You can't buy this type of approval. This is something that is earned, and you have a good feeling about that, and that's what we want to do. We want this project to go through so we can better serve our families and provide the services that they're looking for today. When a family loses a loved one, the last thing they want to do is to drive all over San Diego County trying to make funeral arrangements. They want a mortuary close to home where they only have to make one stop and have everything taken care of. They want to know that their loved one is delivered to a nice, comfortable facility where the family has peace of mind knowing that they'll be well taken care of. Let's not have them leave El Cajon to make arrangements. You have the opportunity tonight to give El Cajon families the type of facility they need and they deserve. You can give El Cajon families the most state-of-the-art, the premier cremation center all over San Diego County. With the information, the facts and figures you've been given tonight, I think the decision should be an easy one. When you approve this project, you'll be showing our El Cajon families you truly care about them and their loved one. And research shows today families are searching for this type of facility that we're proposing to have. And let's give it to them. Thank you for your time and the opportunity tonight.
Thanks for coming, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for the speaker.
If you don't mind.
Have you ever had to turn an El Cajon family away who wanted their loved one cremated?
No.
Okay.
Bob?
I have a question. I wish I had asked it when the lady was up here, I think from South Bay or Chula Vista. I'd like to ask you one more question, if you could.
If you don't mind? Thank you, sir. I think we're Any more questions for our current speaker?
No?
Thank you, sir.
Well, I just
appreciate you
wanted to add something to that answer. We did have a couple families that left because we didn't have the cremation facility at our location. And when they found out we had to go to Vista, they decided to go someplace else.
Understood. Thank you. Ma'am, come up.
Sorry to have to ask you to come back.
That's okay.
How long has your facility been down there?
I opened the crematorium side in 2015, a year. It'll be a year in
2015?
May.
So it's only a year old.
Mm-hmm.
And you have the same equipment, of course, they're talking about here.
Same
And
manufacturer, same machine.
I was just wondering if it was in a location that was pretty sparse at the time, but apparently not.
No, and I also, knocked on various city doors to see if they were open to the idea. My whole thing, I do cater to low-income families, and one of the cities that opened their doors to us was National City. And it was challenging for all of us because I am the first crematorium to independently open in 58 years.
Mm-hmm.
So it was the unknown.
Yeah.
So, we all had to get educated in the sense where we all have the same doubts that you guys have, even myself. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to open one, because I went through a personal process with my mother, and I didn't want to drive 45 minutes up north or have her transported if she was cargo.
Do you cremate for the El Cajon mortuary?
I do not. I do not cremate for third parties. I only cremate for my own families.
Oh, your own plans?
Yes.
From your own mortuary?
From my own mortuary. So I
Okay.
have everything in-house. I have the
Yeah.
funeral side and the crematorium.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ma'am?
Other questions?
Have there been any complaints in the last year?
None.
From neighbors?
None. Actually, as you saw in the testimony, that the video, my neighbor, CPP, he's been there for 25 years. They're a printing company, and you saw him. We didn't pay him or nevertheless, but of course, it's very impacting in the very beginning when you're like, oh, a crematorium. That's it's scary. But there's a lot of other factors that come in play. Not only out of respect, but it's actually against the law to have anybody witness or see any kind of deceased. So to begin with, out of respect to anyone's loved one, but two, it's against the law to do so. So how people are kind of asking, well, will it be visible to the outside? It will not. When we load or unload the deceased, our doors have to be closed.
Okay, thank you.
Steve?
Do you hold services at your crematory?
I do not, because my facility, since it had to be in an industrial, mine's in the light industrial area, I don't have enough space, so I have a chapel in Imperial Beach.
Any other questions? Thanks for coming.
You're welcome. Thank you.
That's it? I'd like to make a motion then to close the public hearing. Please vote.
The motion carries by unanimous vote.
Council, it's all up to you now. Gary?
Well, actually, I thought they put on a very compelling argument. I try not to make up my mind before I walk in here, but, I actually would like to continue this for 30 days, so maybe the council members, if it's okay with the city attorney, that we could go out, and if it's okay with the Cortez Mortuary, maybe stand outside their building or when they're fired up. Is that appropriate?
Well, if three of you went at the same time, it creates a meeting under the Brown Act, which is certainly possible, because even if three of you didn't go at the same time, we could have more information shared by Ms. Cortez or Mr. Zakar, I'm sorry, I apologize. And, you know, you would have to, my recommendation it would be that if you're going to do that, you do call a meeting, you post it, you'd have to go out there to the meeting and allow the public to be there with you as well, conduct that part of observation, and then return back to another meeting to discuss that. Because again, what you're doing is gathering evidence that becomes part of the record that is supposed to support the findings that you will make one way or the other.
Thank you. I am somewhat concerned about the perception of the public of, you know, the crematorium being there, and eventually I think our industrial area will be revitalized to have, you know, Class A office or scientific study and research. And I know that one time when I was on the Planning Commission 20 years ago, we were looking at an issue with a plant that was going to crush concrete. And I thought, well, that sounds like a good idea for industrial area when I walked in. And then we found out that there was a, Chemtronics had special electronics assembly that was very, very sensitive to any type of particulate matter in the air, and that they would cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars to put in filters to keep that particulate matter out. So I'm on the fence on this right now, so I welcome the comments of my fellow council members.
Well, I'm sort of disappointed because I really wanted to get into the discussion, but I think I'm going to have to recuse myself because we buried my grandmother yesterday, and Robert was there. So I think I'm going to disqualify myself. I did want to talk about permission, cryogenic freezing, but I apologize to staff for not letting them know ahead of time. I just wanted more time to think about it and see what's appropriate, but I want to recuse myself.
Yeah, I think Mr. Kalasha is intending to abstain from any vote. It's not a disqualification. There's no financial effect on him to make this decision. He and I had a brief discussion about this, and I think I explained to him that his vote as an abstention would count as a part of the the motion that's made, as if it was either a yes or a no vote, well, a yes vote on the motion that's made, or what the majority actually prevails upon. If it's a 2-2 tie, it would go with the maker of the motion at that point to turn it over to a 3-2 vote.
Yeah, that's fine.
Any other discussion?
Well, Mr. Zakar, you are the right person for this industry. I read through all of the Planning Commission's material, and I read through the people that testified on your behalf. Your character is beyond reproach in this industry, so you are the right man for this service. I asked the question to Ms. Cortez that she held services at her place, and she doesn't. And I asked you if you wanted to have them, and you did. That concerns me in this location. It is a concern because I'm concerned that it fits the compatibility of this location. The machines, I asked questions about the reliability of the machines. I find those above. They have no finding of fault in those. I don't know how you designed them, but you're brilliant for what you do. My other concern, though, is the necessity of the public need, and I heard, perhaps except for one, that the needs of the El Cajon residents are currently being met with the facilities currently in place wherever they are located. And so I am concerned about the compatibility with this location, which I believe, Mr. City Attorney, I have to limit my thought to this location, correct? I'm concerned about this location because of services being held and whether it's truly in a public necessity based on people are getting their cremation services met. Those are my two concerns.
Bob, anything? Well, I'm very impressed with what you taught us about the machine. I think there's probably a place for it in El Cajon. I'm not sure this is the right place, being so close to the school. I'd like to see them find another location. So I would be voting against it. But Gary, if you, I'll give you this. If you wanted a continuance, and you felt that there was a way to make this work, then I'm happy to vote with you on that.
Well, I'd like to hear what Bob has to say.
Well, being a business person, I understand. I think it's the right man. I don't know if it's the right location, but I'm kind of a person that believes in property rights. And when a property owner wants to do something and it doesn't infringe on anything as far as smell or smoke or anything like that, well, it's probably a property rights decision. And I wouldn't be opposed to it, but it depends on how the rest of the council feels.
Well, I think, Bob, would you like to make a motion? Or Gary? Gary?
Let's just talk for a little bit. Again, I am on the fence on this, and I respect the opinion of my fellow council members. The perception, I'm not that concerned anymore about the effects of, the air quality, but I am concerned about the perception. We've been trying to rebrand El Cajon, and we've kind of been a dumping ground for what are perceived sometimes to be undesirable uses around the city. Steve, you're a marketing guy. How do you think the market's going to see this?
Well, I think, Mr. City Attorney, I have to limit my deliberations to the evidence presented before me tonight on this location. Am I correct in that narrow, or do I have?
Well, your decision has to be based on findings, and those findings have to be based on evidence. So whatever you've heard tonight is what's going to help support that. Now, Mr. Kendrick's question has to do with, I think, what's in the record about the perception of to a certain extent, to the city and the use of the industrial park for this type of business. I think I recall hearing some of that comment. So I think it'd be appropriate if he asks you a question, if you've got something to add to the discussion for the council, in a sense, because of your expertise, your occupation and experiences.
Well, it is what I do, marketing and branding and image. But I guess I'm going to come back to really this. To me, this is about the applicant and his desire to put this here. And I guess I'm actually not going to introduce my thoughts on marketing and branding to try to focus on the topic. And I think I've stated my.
So the question is this compatible with the area?
Well, from a marketing point of view, for this particular site, I don't believe it's the correct image, in my opinion, for this particular site. It's my professional opinion.
All right, thank you. Well, this is one of the most agonizing decisions I've ever made here at the council. I'm going to have to say a no on this one at this time in this location.
All right. So then, do you want to make a motion?
Okay.
So just to be clear, to say no, you'd have to vote yes.
Oh, that we, yeah,
We
so.
uphold the planning commission's.
Yeah, I'll move that we uphold the planning commission's decision.
I'll second that.
Please vote.
The motion carries by a vote of 4-1 with Mayor Pro Tem McClellan voting no, and also reflecting the vote, the abstention from Councilmember Colascio.
Mr. Carr, I'm sure we'll see you in here again talking about this some more. Good luck. Thank you. All right, that brings us to the adjourned regular joint meeting of the El Cajon City Council, El Cajon Housing Authority successor agency to the El Cajon Redevelopment Agency held this 14th day of March 2017 is adjourned until Tuesday, March 28th, 2017 at 3 o'clock p.m. Thank you all very much. Good night.